Okay, it's just a little after 4. We're going to go ahead and call the August 10th Salina City Commission meeting to order. Thanks for those who have been waiting. We had another engagement that we just got back from. With that, I would ask staff if confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we will have roll call.
Mayor Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Franz,
Here.
Commissioner Hodges, and Commissioner Ryan.
Here. Okay, with that, would all that are able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we have no awards and proclamations. With that, we will have Citizens Forum. This is an opportunity for individuals to come forward and discuss anything that is not on the agenda. With that, we will open it up to the public. And please state your name and address if you would.
I'm Janet Carlson. I live at 406 South Estates Drive here in Salina. I would like to bring the no visitors ban in our nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and other care facilities in our community to your attention. This ban was put in place to protect our most vulnerable loved ones from the COVID-19. It is doing this physically, but their emotional and mental health has been ignored. Many of them are in rapid decline. They are afraid, confused, depressed, and feeling abandoned. My mom and stepdad are among this population. My parents live in an assisted living facility due to a stroke my mom had. She needed more help than my husband and I were able to give her at home. Dad chose to go with her so they could be together. He has since developed dementia and is in an advanced stage. They receive excellent physical care, but there are emotional needs that only family can meet. Dad recently broke his hip. After a stay in a hospital, he was moved to a nursing home with a rehab unit. He is scared, confused, lonely, and missing Mom desperately. While visiting through a window yesterday, he started crying. He wanted to go home to be with Mom. All I could do was try to comfort him with words. No hugs, no holding hands, nothing. Because they can't be done through a window. This is no way to take care of our loved ones' emotional needs. Later in the day, I called my mom on the phone. She also started to cry as she desperately misses Dad and is worried about him. Again, all I could do was try to comfort her with words. No hugs, no holding hands. Even if I had been doing this during a window visit, it would have been just the same. This is just a small example of what our loved ones are going through with this no visitor ban. Please help us get this repealed. At the very least, allow our loved ones one designated essential visitor to help them through this devastating isolation.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for what you're going through. I also have a mother at Eagle Crest, and I know it's hard on all of us, okay. Do we have anyone else?
Dalton McDowell, 914 South 9th. Thank you, commissioners, and thanks, Mike, and the Tony's Pizza Event Center staff and everybody that cleaned up Kenwood Coves this weekend. There's still a lot more to be done there, but it looks a lot better. And another thing, with that Tony's Pizza deal that you guys just got back from, how was that voted on Thursday and they had the thing today? how did they know it was going to get passed in the council? That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else?
Hi, I'm Sherry Jackson, 513 East Cobb. I'm going to read a letter that I sent to each of you, and I've only heard back from Mr. Ryan. And I was acknowledged by, I don't know, there's another one. Are some people missing today? Melissa?
Commissioner Hodges.
Okay,
Yeah.
she acknowledged it. Okay, I'm writing as a resident of Salina, my concern about your overreach during the COVID crisis. I am asking that you get the Constitution of the United States out and review it every time you make a decision for our city and its citizens. I'm asking that you stay within the confines of what the Constitution allows. I'm also asking that you make decisions based on the science of viruses and then on the complete numbers, not just the data of the rising positive cases. I attached a chart at that time when I wrote the letter, July 16, 2020. I am glad that the Saline County Health Department have listened to repeated requests from the citizens to provide a more complete picture of the COVID situation in Salina, Kansas. So they started doing a chart that gave us more information, and I do appreciate that. Please do the math on the chart. You'll find that the death rate versus positives is very low. If you take the death rate versus all tested, it plummets even more dramatically. Please avoid making decisions based on the political climate and make sound decisions based on science and math. The mask ordinance is a symptom of a larger problem. The problem is abuse of power by our leaders. You don't have the authority to make such mandates. It is possible masks may cause more harm. Number two, sorry, I'm nervous. Okay, one, you don't have the authority to make such mandates. Two, it's possible masks may cause more harm rather than prevent illness. Despite what the major narrative of the experts do not agree that, despite what the major narrative, all the experts do not agree that masks are effective. There's no crime in not wearing a mask, so penalizing us for not wearing one is a criminal act by our leaders. You have to be aware of all the economic ramifications that our city and state is facing already as a result of the draconian and unlawful actions by our leaders. The effects will be felt for years. You need to open up Salina and quit canceling events and not pick and choose what events are allowed. Another huge concern is what school closure is doing to families and especially children. There are many children in Salina in high-risk environments. These children are at risk for abuse, neglect, and for their basic survival needs not being met. Many times school is the only place these kids get a respite from these damaging environments. And then I wrote in response to Mr. Ryan, and I said, thank you for your response. I do appreciate that you responded to me. I can clearly see you consider many aspects of this issue and appreciate that you explained your reasoning. I also appreciate that you're willing to end the mandate as soon as possible. I urge you to continue to consider it and end it as soon as possible. You are the only commissioner that responded in such a way. Melissa acknowledged the receipt of my email, but she did not respond. As of today, I've heard from not any other commissioners, and I asked specifically that you would respond to me, and I would have appreciated that. I still expect to hear from them. If I don't, I'll be coming to the meeting and read my letters publicly. As the commission continues to make decisions for Salina, I again urge you to keep the Constitution in mind, citizens' rights, and not to overreach because of the political climate. Government should only be concerned with the basics. Citizens need to take personal responsibility for themselves. If we trade liberty for safety, we will have neither liberty nor safety. That was loosely quoted from Benjamin Franklin. I think it is something to consider. I think strong recommendations and guidelines based on science and county hospital data are perfectly fine, but the only real thing that mandates do is pit citizens against each other and further divide us. Do we want Facebook groups reporting what businesses and individuals are not complying? Do we want citizens calling in those businesses and people to the police? You know our law enforcement has enough on their plates without dealing with mass violations. In your own words, the ordinance makes criminals of our citizens. Is that what we want? People's tensions are high as many are just trying to survive as our economy is crashing. And many are scared and stressed over the virus and don't know who or what to believe. And that's in light of the new graph that our Kansas Department of Health put out recently that also confuses people. The commission should not be adding to the tension. And then I go on about property taxes, but that is on your agenda, so I don't think I'm supposed to speak to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. there anyone else that would like to come forward during Citizens Forum?
Hi, I'm Carol Reed, and 417 Venus in Salina. I just had a question. On the Eye of Salina, they were talking about the city workers, and is it true that a lot of them are on furlough and that a lot of them only get 24 hours?
Well,
Some of them, those that are on work share can be working 24 or 32 hours typically. Then they also get unemployment and they get the federal pandemic unemployment compensation. So the decrease in wages represents a cost savings for the city, and then they're able to draw unemployment and receive stimulus dollars.
I guess I'm trying to figure out why are they on furlough? I'm talking about mainly the ones that are supposed to take care of the parks and
Right.
why are they
Yeah,
furloughed?
I don't know how much the governing body wants to get into it, but that was one of many
Yeah.
budget decisions that were made in March and April as we went into the pandemic, in anticipation of needing to identify cost savings and in anticipation of the impacts of the pandemic.
I guess I'm a little concerned because of the people are needing jobs, and we pay taxes enough for these people to be maintained, and if workers are needed, why not hire them to do some of the things that are needed around the town? We need some good employees out there. The city's looking pretty rough.
I guess, not to go into it, but if you stick around for 7.5, which is our June 30th financial update, I think you're going to get a lot more information that's going to tell you why we did what we did, where we're at, and what our goals are here going forward. So
I guess because I drove by Kenwood Cove last week, and I was just shocked at how rough it looked. I appreciate them doing the work, and the volunteers are great, but it seems like the city residents love the town more than the city commissioners. I'm a little concerned that I've seen older people out there that are way too old to be out there pulling weeds and trying to straighten up the city when it's a ruling that you guys could make a change before we have some older people end up in the hospital, with other issues. So I just feel like it's the city's responsibility. We've got bugs and snakes and trash all over, and it's just looking pretty rough. So I hope you'll address
yeah,
that.
we've had those discussions when we made our cuts, and we'll be glad to go over some of that when we get to 7.5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Sherry Harp, 821 Hancock. And just to follow up on that, when you said they're on a 24 to 32 hour, is that what you said? And they get unemployment besides that?
Correct.
And do they get the $600 beside that in the past?
Correct.
Well, that's unreal. They'll never go back to full-time work. I mean, if I was doing that, now, doesn't that sound kind of silly to do instead of just putting them on full-time? And yet drawn from the federal government to do that?
Again, there's a lot more went into it, and maybe we can get into that a little bit if you want to, because again.
Well, I guess because we're not aware of it. The city, I mean, people are not aware that they're drawing a wage, the 32, 24, whatever it is, and then their unemployment plus the $600, which now is going to be $400. I mean, that's taking money from the federal government that doesn't need to be taken when we could use our own. And I've lived here, oh my gosh, many years, but my point is this has just been, 6-8 months that we've been in this little COVID thing, and we weren't prepared for any kind of catastrophe like this at all, to where we had to lay off so many of our city workers. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, Reader's Digest version is, we were trying to be fiscally responsible, and one way to do that is payroll is our largest expense, and not knowing what income was going to be due to COVID-19, we had to make some hard decisions. And part of what we said when we did that is some of it was going to be painful, and we knew that, and that's what we see with the parks. But we're going to discuss under 7.5 how to get back to more of a normal life. So.
Well, let's hope so, because I had a citation one time. I had my knee replaced, and I had my grass about, 8 or 10, 12 inches taller, and I got citations for that along with 14 other people and had to get it done. And now you look at the city now that's been so beautiful that's not beautiful as it should be anymore. And I'm like my sister, that these older people that are out there trying to keep their area from looking really shabby don't need to be out there, so.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, before we move from Citizens Forum, I would just like to make a couple comments. We, as a commission, just got back from I guess you'd call it oh, I'm sorry, somebody else, I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming up.
Okay, so I guess I'm at the leisure of my superiors to begin speaking. Okay, so hello, my name is Salina, and I reside here in Salina, Kansas. I'm here speaking today in part with the Sunflower Coalition to bring attention to the previously promised second public forum by the Salina City Commission. We believe it would be productive to have a secondary public forum following the September 21st study session to serve as an avenue for citizens to respond to the conclusion given by the Commission regarding police reform. We acknowledge putting together a second forum requires quite a bit of work. However, nothing is more valuable than citizen feedback regarding how they themselves will be policed and how they interact with those who are assigned to serve and protect them. A pre-scheduled secondary forum allows for all communities within our city to attend and to have their voices heard, because these communities would have ample time to make arrangements to attend. With that being said, the forum being scheduled outside of typical working hours would allow for citizens of all backgrounds to attend, meaning like a 9 to 5 probably would not be that good because a lot of like working individuals cannot meet those kinds of times that are demanded of them. So like scheduling it during a time that's outside of like those typical hours, like such as like in the evening, would allow for individuals of all backgrounds from like working to non-working and like backgrounds of like color and all of those to like attend and actually voice what's being just like the concerns that they may have, because these, as example, these meetings occur at 4 o'clock and a lot of individuals, if not all, are like working during these times of hours. So having like being able to schedule a secondary public forum like around kind of like this time for like following September 21st would allow for these individuals to like take the time out, figure out a way on how they can actually attend that kind of meeting, and it also allows for like individuals to start promoting a secondary forum. Like a problem, not really like a problem, but something that I like observed with the last public forum that we had was like it really wasn't like promoted. A lot of individuals didn't know about it, and it was kind of just like a word-to-word thing. So if we have like a larger like time for individuals to like talk about it, then more people can come out and speak like following September 21st on what you guys propose on that study session itself. And therefore, as a representative of the Sunflower Coalition, I strongly urge the Salina City Commission to schedule a secondary public forum following the September 21st study session and freedom, struggle, justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep. Okay.
Hi, Santiago Vasquez. I live in Salina, Kansas. Breaking from our usual topic of interest, I did come out here to talk about defense of the Human Relations Commission. I wanted to know first, though, because I saw that we were talking about the financial update on 7.5, whether the issues concerning the Human Relations Commission would fall under that section of it, and whether I should wait to speak there.
I'm not sure where you're going.
Yeah, I guess
so.
I'd suggest you go ahead and make the comments now.
I was going to say, we were recently, someone recently came to talk to us that there was apparently an uncertain future in how the Human Relations Commission was going to be functioning in the city government, whether or not it would continue existing or continue having like a viable amount of staff. And in that sense, we were pretty concerned at hearing that, and we wanted to get some more information on what the future for the Human Relations Commission was, simply because they represent an important part of making sure that there is equitability within the community. And if it is the case that the future of the Human Relations Commission is uncertain, then we have to come out here and show our support. Not only because the Human Relations Commission is one of only 2 fair housing assistance programs in the entire state of Kansas, but that means that these are one of the only avenues where people can get personalized assistance when they are presented with legal battles that they couldn't handle on their own, concerning housing, concerning treatment in the workplace. That's their one avenue to go for, considering also that they specialize specifically in helping minority voices and are one of the few places where minority voices are employed. As far as I understand, I believe that a good number of the people who are employed in the Human Relations Commission are people of color, meaning that there's a level of comfortability there where people have access to people who look like them as well. That is also hugely important. Additionally to that, I know that they've been doing work trying to reach out into the community. I mean, I know obviously that's been hampered with COVID and how the pandemic has worked, but I know that the first time I personally was introduced to the Human Relations Commission ever, or practically any aspect of city government, was when they held a public parlay at Astor talking about fair housing, which is also where I got my first introduction to what's going on with housing in Salina and just in general. So they're doing their fair share of work of actually going out there and reaching into the community and also doing their actual jobs of protecting people legally. So in that sense, TSC comes out here in full support of making sure that the HRC is fully funded, that has access to all the resources it needs, especially now, because during the time of COVID, not only do we see people getting laid off from their jobs, we also see people not being able to meet rent. I know that's been a huge problem nationally. I haven't done specific research on how that's affected Salina, but it is very real that if you are not making money because you're laid off from your job or can't go to your job, then you can't be paying rent. And we are, at least in the entire country, expecting to see a huge wave of evictions. And that falls directly under the Department of the Human Relations Commission. And considering they're one of the few levels that we have in the entire state of making sure that inequitable treatment doesn't happen on that level, it seems that is one of the most important branches of government locally that we have, and should be seeing a huge amount of attention and support from the community and from the government as well. So yeah, we came out here just to say that we are in full support of that and would like more information addressing that issue, whether or not that is going to be an issue with the HRC and what can be done about it. Thank you.
Good evening, Miranda Bachman, Salina, Kansas. I'm here to remind the commission that Black Lives Matter and that I am still working on my No Justice, No Peace Plaza. After all, it is a long project, but I want you to consider Oakdale Park still as the location and to come down to come into a deciding point there anyway, as far as my team goes. We are meeting with the building authority to present our idea to them also, so we're thinking a 2-phase type of situation there. Also, just to back up on the HRC commissions, I just personally, as a single mother again, I have actually used them in the past, and I would hate to see any changes being made there. I think that they're a great board, and they need all the funding that they can get. I know that just working 2 jobs and not being able to, sometimes make ends meet. And although there are, holdings on evictions, people are putting their houses up for sale all over. And I know a lot of people that have been forced to find a different rentals because their houses are being put on the market. Although they can't be evicted, there's other ways to do it. So I just want you to keep that in mind as well. Thanks. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else during citizens forum? Okay. So I started to say the commission and some staff just returned from Schwann's. Just had an announcement that they will be building what they called a world-class facility out at the Tony's Pizza facility. It was kind of interesting. I just want to share some numbers of what they're projecting, and this will be a construction project that will go and through 2022. They plan on this facility will have 900,000 man-hours to build. It will be 400,000 square feet. And some commissioners help me if I heard this right. The length of this facility will be that of approximately 14 football fields.
I think that it's probably 3 football fields and 1,200 feet or
that what it
1,400
was?
feet long.
I was gonna say, it
14
seemed like
football fields is a long
That's what I thought,
ways.
so.
I think he got confused and
Okay,
misspoke.
thank you,
So-
because I was trying to figure. But one of the things they said is when they are completed, they will produce over 130 million pizzas a year. They expect on-site during construction for there to be anywhere from 250 to 400 people on the job site at one time. When it's completed, not only will we retain the current jobs that we have, that they will add 225 more jobs. One of the things that I think is important for the citizens of Salina to realize is that this was a competitive bid situation, and there are other states that were bidding on this, hoping to bring these jobs that we currently have in Salina to their state. So just wanted to share that news with the community. That's excellent information and something that we as a community should be very excited about. So thank you to Schwann's for their investment in our community. Also, you'll probably see some press releases, but the state was very instrumental in this. Governor Kelly was here. They put together a very nice incentive package to help keep Schwann's in our community also. So with that, I believe, did any other commissioners wish to comment on that?
Did a fine job, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we will move to 5.1.
Item 5.1, public hearing on the proposed 2021 budget for the city of Salina. Item 5.1A, first reading ordinance number 20-11035, adopting and appropriating the 2021 annual budget.
I'm going to look at staff. Do I need to call the public hearing to order? Okay, with that, I will call the public hearing to order on the proposed 2021 budget for the city of Salina.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Mayor, Mr. Mayor. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Per Kansas State statute, we are required to hold a formal public hearing on the proposed budget. We're also required to publish that notice in the paper at least 10 days prior to the hearing date. We did publish that notice in the Salina Journal on July 30th, 2020. The final proposed 2021 budget includes total expenditures for all funds of $111,457,319. This is comparable to the 2020 budget, which was $108,369,096. Of that difference of $3,088,223, approximately $2 million of that is the carry forward balance reserve difference between what we budgeted in 2020 and 2021. And about $1 million of that difference is the cash purchase of carts in the sanitation fund. Overall, this leaves the budget expenditures in 2021 just under what we budgeted in 2020. The final proposed 2021 budget establishes a mill levy of 30.697 mills, which is 0.97 mills greater than the 2020 final mill levy of 29.712. This mill levy will allocate $10,737,173 to the general fund and $3,062,827 to the bond and interest fund, for a total of $13,800,000. Valuations this year did not increase very much, 0.34%. Of that growth, there was a reduction in personal property, a slight increase in real estate, and an increase in new development. Restoration of fund balances has been a high level of priority for us. At the close of 2019, the actual general fund balance was about $7 million. Our target balance is $8.5 million. With the onset of COVID-19 in early 2020, budget projections for 2020 had to be significantly adjusted. The most recent projection showed our ending fund balance of the general fund anywhere between $7.8 and $8.2 million. The 2021 budget assumes growth in the general fund of approximately $500,000, although a good portion of that, $337,000, is due to a one-time funding decrease requested by OCCK because they're getting full funding from the Department of Transportation through a COVID stimulus program. Authorized staffing in the 2021 budget is 491 positions. This is up from 489,000 in 2020 due to 2 part-time positions in building facilities. Salary projections assume stable turnover and vacancy levels. Allowances have been made in the projections to accommodate an overall pay plan adjustment or cost of living of 2% and a possible merit increase of up to 2%. The comprehensive fee schedule has been reviewed and will be adjusted due to inflation and market pricing at an average of 2 to 3%. In specific, in that comprehensive fee, sanitation fees will increase from $16.50 to $17. Solid waste fees are proposed to stay the same. However, the weight limits have been changed from 540 pounds to 500 pounds. And there's been an increase from $36 to $40 per ton for everything over 500 pounds. As you might recall, adjustments to wastewater and water and golf course will be deferred until later in the year. The annual budget provides the plan and authorization of resources for the operation of city services. There are 2 actions before you this afternoon. One is to conduct a public hearing and take comments from citizens on the proposed budget. And the second is to pass on first ordinance the ordinance adopting the 2021 budget. So at this time, I guess we'll take comments or questions.
Do we need to do that first, open up for public comment?
Yeah, if you have questions for staff, you're welcome to take
Okay.
them. You can open it for public comment. If I may, I might just remind you that going into this budget, we had a conversation about the uncertainty of the remainder of this year and the uncertainty of next year. And so this essentially carries forward 2019, 2020, but recognizing we're going to have to continue to monitor performance this year and reassess before this fiscal year starts on January 1. There may be need for adjustments in response to that. This sets a budget, creates a sufficient authority to proceed as proposed, but we'll continue to have to revisit that.
Okay, questions for staff?
You know, the only comment I'd have at this time before the public speaks is I wish that we had the financial update before we had this, because I think depending on the results there, it's gonna either solidify or change my opinion on how to proceed on the budget. And there are obviously some things that are in the last couple of months we've seen, primarily as a result of federal stimulus to the community, that changes our outlook pretty significantly.
We understand that, frankly, that was the intention till we had scheduled conflicts to try to get all this balanced.
I do notice that one of the options we have is to postpone the ordinance till next week. Would that be an issue so we could do the budget update? It still appears that we could still do the first and second reading and meet the statutory deadline.
It's possible. If it's changed, it puts a lot of pressure on staff to get that turned around in 6 or 8 hours, whatever that time frame is, from the 24th to the 25th.
Yeah,
But it is possible. We have until the 25th to submit to the county.
The statutory deadline is the 25th,
Yeah.
but I also know that there's no penalty for not getting it certified on the 25th. And in fact, we have on occasion called down to the county clerk's office and just given them a heads up that we're going to be a week late so that they know how to plan their workload. And they have always been gracious in accepting that. So I think, maybe we can buy some time. I'm just suggesting that's an approach. to give us a chance to fully digest some of the financial information that's at the back of the meeting instead of at the front. I concur with the mayor in that I would like to see not the hearing part, we've got people here who want to speak to us, but in fact, any actual consideration of the ordinance be delayed until after we receive the financial update and can have some, a little more background.
I think you can also amend the agenda. You can conduct the hearing, and you could move this item to the end of the agenda if you prefer.
I like that idea. Yeah, that's
Well, there's a matter of the folks who are in between who might be inconvenienced, and I don't know.
well, we can go ahead and have the public hearing, is what he's saying. There's two separate orders. We do the public hearing, and then would we need a motion to move the reading of the ordinance to the end of the meeting?
If you wish to postpone it to whatever point, you would need a motion to that effect.
I look to the fellow commissioners for input.
Can that be done while the hearing is open?
I would suggest you conduct the hearing, close the hearing, and then move to the next action item.
Okay, with that, we will open it up to the public for comments on the proposed 2021 budget.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Denise Ward, and I reside at 711 East Magnolia here in Salina. I am here today to express my opposition to the mill levy increase in the proposed 2021 budget. This will be the third year in a row that our property taxes will be raised on top of the valuation increases imposed last year. The year 2020 has been a challenge for all of us, from closing our businesses, losing our jobs and income, struggling to pay our rent, mortgages, and utilities, to struggling to feed our families, and even finding toilet paper. We have all had to tighten our belt, prioritize our needs, remove our wants, and slimline our businesses to make ends meet. The governing body of Salina should be no different. It is my understanding that the mill levy increase is to allow city employees to receive COLA and merit raises. But in looking at the line items of the budget, there appears to be other ways to afford this without relying on the citizens of Salina. First off, what good does it do to give them small raises in income and then take it back in the form of property taxes and raise rents, because rents will have to be raised to offset the tax increase, and not just for individuals, but for many small businesses too. Why does the city budget include thousands of dollars in overtime? When you factor in fire and police, it becomes well over $1 million. Excuse me. As a business owner, if I am paying a large amount in overtime, then my employees are not being managed correctly. Perhaps the department managers need to look at ways to streamline or shift responsibilities to alleviate their expenses. The computer technology department is showing an increase of over $75,000. Is any of this related to the $123,000 they have requested from the CRF funding through the county, from which, by watching the meetings, I don't know if you have, are most likely going to be awarded? Sanitation and Recycle Center have more than doubled their amount for public education materials, which when combined total more than $36,000. Surely we can find a cheaper printer. Like the city, businesses and individuals alike have been hard with added expenses for cleaning supplies and PPE to keep our families, employees, and customers safe. The city will most likely be receiving the requested amount of just over $24,000 from the county CRF funding to cover their costs. We as individuals do not have that luxury. The city will also be receiving just over $900,000 to reimburse them for salaries and sick leave already incurred related to COVID-19, which will help alleviate their expenses for 2020 and should help with their target fund balance. The governing body has decided that instead of removing their wants, public art, flowers that aren't maintained, bike hike trails, just to name a few, they will continue to spend taxpayers' dollars to fund them. There's just over $47,000 earmarked for downtown building facades. Facades may make the buildings look pretty and raise the property value, which due to the downtown TIF district will not help our general fund, but it does not help the average citizen put food on their table. And then of course there's the massive river renewal project. I understand the river project is funded by sales tax that was voted on in 2016, almost 5 years ago, before we ever heard of COVID-19. But I have to ask you now, if that came up for a vote today, do you think it would be approved? Also, documentation that I've looked at on the project shows there's a possibility that the project may cost an additional $10 million. That does not look like it was originally budgeted. Have thoughts been given on how that will be paid, or will our taxes be raised again? When comparing the net expenditures from 2019 to 2021, our expenditures are down by almost $47 million. And there was already a mill levy increase last year. And I know part of that was to cover the city portion of the emergency radio system, but I also feel there are other projects that have been moved to being funded by our property taxes. The police training facility comes to mind, and many citizens are not aware of. I personally don't understand why we need an increase unless, as was stated at one of the earlier commission meetings, that if you don't do it this year, you would be limited on what you could do next year. Shame on you. I know some of the amounts I've mentioned may not sound like a lot, but when you start adding them up, the amounts become more significant, and I'm sure there are other areas where savings could be made that would more than cover your employee raises without raising the taxes of the already struggling citizenship of Salina. Should the governing body like to include their wants in the budget, I might suggest you do like the rest of us and dip into your savings. I also want the governing body to realize that there is a very large part of our population that have no faith in this commission. And over the course of the last weeks, I have been appalled at the amount of citizens who have said, it will not do us any good to raise our voices because the commission's mind is already made up and there's nothing we can do to change it. Here's your chance to show them they are wrong. Show them that you do care and you have their best interest at heart. I challenge you to ask yourself, when was the last time you sat down and had an honest discussion with the waitress down the street how they have been affected by the pandemic? There are a lot of them in the city. For my final remarks, I just want to say 2020 has sucked for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Okay.
Commission, it'd be real nice if you guys would run the city like you would run your own business. Because where's all the money coming from? The federal government does it all the time. They go pull it from either the citizens of the government or the citizens of the United States or the state, and it goes into their pocket 90% of the time.
Thank you, Dalton. Anyone else?
I just wanted to make a comment about how I was surprised that my valuation went up, and I just had to make a payment to my loan company from my escrow account. And then all of a sudden I heard that we're also going to have an increase in property taxes. Does that valuation money go into the same pot as our property taxes? I'd like to believe that that's true. Therefore, we will be having a double increase in our property taxes. So that's my concern, that our property taxes were just raised through valuation. And so that's a very big concern. And now to have it again raised through the budget is concerning.
Do you want to address how the valuation and I think there's a little, we'll kind of try to explain to you how that works.
Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. The valuation is set by the county appraiser. It does flow into the city, however, but I will note that the valuation of existing real property increased in total by 0.18% to the city. So while yours probably obviously went up significantly, there were others that did not go up or went down. So that number, the valuation is set by the county. The valuation then is applied, the mill levy is then applied to a portion of that, the assessed value of that appraised value, and that's the portion of that mill levy, which is not all of that tax goes to the city. There's a good portion that goes to other funding sources. The city gets about 22% of the total mill levy. So only 30 mills of the 140 mills that is typically assessed comes back to the city. The rest goes to the county, the school district, the airport authority, the library, the extension council. Does that answer your question? Okay. It's part of the formula, but it's not directly.
Thank you for that clarification, but I just want the city commission to realize that people are paying that as well, even though not all the money, I guess, from your clarification is coming to the city, but people are burdened with that. So thank you for considering that.
Okay, anyone else like to address the budget?
Well, I appreciate what Denise was saying, but back to this, I had my house appraised, and shortly after that, I got the city's appraisal, and I had it appraised so that we could refinance. And it was about 15,000 below, maybe 14,000 below what the city had appraised at. And when I brought in my appeal and visited with them, they said that I asked how they come to that conclusion, because no one ever walks through my house or sees anything on the internal. So how did they come up with $14,000 more than what it previously was appraised at? And the comment was that they looked at the value of the houses that were selling. One of them was, probably 2 miles away from me, and that's how they come to that conclusion on the price that the houses were selling for. Anyway, I was very disheartened with that because, that's a big chunk when you figure $13,000 to $14,000 higher, because that's going to sure up your house payment. So anyway, I don't know if everybody else had that experience, but it's quite a big jump. So.
Two comments. Again, it's the county appraiser, not the city appraiser. And there is a appeal process, and I don't know if you've ever done that, but if you feel like your value is out of line, you can appeal to the county appraiser's office for your value.
I did appeal.
Okay.
And they had to lower it because I had the official appraisal.
Okay. So, yep. So you took the correct steps. Good.
My name's Thomas Carter. I live at 309 North 11th Street here in Salina, Kansas. I've had a real estate business here. I've now dissolved. Got into this several years ago. This particular property that I'm talking about, where I live now, the city appraised it for $99,000. I had to go through 4 appeals to get it down to $35,000. I don't understand that. Why did I have to go through so much to show people what the real value of a property is? I don't understand that. You're making me pay a lot more tax money on something that's not worth what it is. My house sits here today. We're talking close to $60,000 difference. Where do you come from? You're not living the world I live in. How does that happen?
Again, that's not our value. Again, that's the county appraiser, and not to throw somebody under the bus, but that's who sets values. They have, again, I think we've had that comment, they have a program that does that. If you have an issue, they're just down the hall, and I would suggest that you take that up with the county appraiser, which it sounds like you've done.
Yes,
but
I have.
really, that's kind of out of our hands.
How can it be out of your hands when I'm in the city? How does the county control that? I also own property over at 240 South Front Street here in Salina, Kansas, across from Oakdale Park. I own part of the park. The city attorney had told me that if I didn't sell them that property, there was other ways they could take it. Is that the way you work? You strong-arm people? Is that the way you function?
I apologize, I'm not familiar with that case, so I really can't.
I'll tell you what, I'm on my way out of this state, and you can have it. You people are ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, with that, we will,
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Brown. I am the President and CEO of the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce. I sent you all an email earlier today regarding this topic. I guess this is where we're coming from. I did a survey of our members. We received 7.1% response back, and 75% of those businesses indicated that they would not be in favor of increasing the levy at this time. As you all know, property tax is a direct expense to business, and especially in a time of economic slump brought in by COVID-19, I would encourage you not to, at this point, increase that tax levy. This takes nothing away from the city employees and what they do on a daily basis to make this city go. The other point around that is you're also asking for a property tax increase when, as you've said with your own words, there's been a lot of services that just don't happen because of COVID-19. So we would request that at this point you do not increase the property tax to get this budget where you would like it at this point, but instead look for other line items to potentially see if you can get where you all need to be at that point. So I just wanted to share that with you at this point.
would you consider that a pretty poor response rate?
Yeah, 7.9%. I mean, our open rate on emails is usually in the 15 to 20% rate. So there's, 7.1% is lower than that for sure.
And again, being a chamber member, I received the notice, and there was no options, or there was no as to what to do if the mill levy was not adjusted. Is that correct? It was just one question.
The survey itself was one question. As part of that message, there was an outline of the study session from both 720 and 727, and also the link to the PDF of the budget presentation as well that came on that survey.
Okay.
So I feel like there was background there provided.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other? Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing on the proposed 2021 budget for the city of Salina. And that will move us to 5.1A.
Item 5.1A, first reading ordinance number 20-11035, adopting and appropriating the 2021 annual budget.
Debbie Pack, Director of Revenue. And as Mr. Scraggs said, your options for this is to pass ordinance 20-11035 on first reading. This will come back to commission on August 17th for second reading, along with some other legislative actions relating to the budget adoption. You have the option to make amendments to the 2021 budget as presented, or you have the option to postpone consideration of this ordinance, which would then need to be approved on first reading on August 17th and second reading on August 24th to meet the statutorily imposed deadline for certification to the county clerk. Or, as Mr. Scraggs said, you could postpone this in the agenda, to amend the agenda and postpone it till later in this agenda.
Any comments by the commission? How would you like to proceed?
Well, I have no objection to postponing it later in the meeting. I think we've had, a lot of the legwork on this has been done in the preceding 2 months.
I can't object to that as well. The other information we have in the financial report might be informative to some of the people here that don't understand that we've put in 20 hours in public meetings and maybe I'm probably the lowest wattage bulb up here. I put in at least 20 hours studying that information before the meetings, before we've come to the decision that we have. So, yeah, it'd be useful if we just make it a little later in the meeting.
Could I get a motion to move that?
Mr. Mayor, I move that the proper term would be postpone or just amend the agenda.
Best to amend the agenda.
Okay.
The postpone generally assumes a
Another
subsequent
meeting.
meeting, so.
Okay, that we amend today's agenda to hear item 5.1A after item 7.6B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move item 5.1A, being the first reading of ordinance number 2011035, to follow item 7.6B. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 4-0. So
I would like to clarify that the purpose behind this is to get the consideration of the budget ordinance after we're presented with a current financial update, so we can maybe make a decision based on more complete and current information than we've had so far going into this, because things have changed. I think, just from what I can see, changed fairly rapidly over the last couple of months with regard to our financial positioning. So I think that it's important that we understand what that is before we consider the ordinance.
Okay. Okay, with that, we will move to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the special meeting minutes of August 3rd, 2020. Item 6.2, approve the regular meeting minutes of August 3rd, 2020.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public? If not, is there any items that the commissioner would like removed? If not, I will accept a motion for approval.
Mayor, I move we approve items 6.1 and 6.2 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 6.1 and 6.2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 4-0. That will lead us to administration.
Item 7.1, first reading ordinance number 20-11036, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost of abatement of nuisances.
Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Good afternoon again. Throughout the year, ordinance notices are sent to property owners as violations of city code pertaining to property maintenance are recognized either by other citizens or by inspection staff. There's approximately 6 steps that go into this before we get to this step. First of all, the code enforcement officer investigates and confirms that there is a violation. Secondly, he confirms and sends a notice of the violation to the property owner. Then the code enforcement officer gives them a deadline to respond to that violation, and goes out after that deadline and does a follow-up to the inspection to make sure that the violation has been properly handled. If the violation still exists when the code enforcement officer proceeds, he will order an abatement, typically with a pre-approved abatement contractor that the city has hired for that particular year. Once the contractor completes the abatement, an invoice is sent to the property owner with certified mail, and the owner has 30 days to pay those costs. If those costs are not paid from that invoice, we get to this point in which we are levying special assessments against that property, which are collected with property taxes. These particular items in this ordinance are all items that have been finalized since the 2019 certification which would have been at this time last year. The total bill was $85,067.07, of which $14,866 has been paid. The remaining amount to be assessed is $70,800.57. We've identified several options for you. You could approve the ordinance 2011-036, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay cost of abatement of nuisances. You can postpone consideration of the ordinance and give staff direction for what you'd like to see. You can approve the ordinance on first reading and provide us direction regarding additional information or amendments to the second reading, or you can vote to deny the ordinance and deny levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property, pay the cost of the abatements. If the city commission declines to approve the ordinance, the cost assessed in the amount of $70,800.57 would not be levied against the property owners, and the cost would then default to the city's responsibility. I do have other members from Development Service here if you have any specific questions about how it's done or what it is or anything like that. I will note there is one large assessment on the list for a little over $39,000. That particular item was for a demolition. That demolition was approved by City Commission on October 28th, 2019, and it was awarded at that time. So that's where that large one was.
Okay, any questions for staff?
So in fact, absent the demolition, we're actually talking about, what, $30,000 in total assessments for the typical mowing
Yes.
issues?
Trash pickup, debris.
How does that compare to previous years?
It's down. It's decreased. I don't know the prior year's number, but it is noticeably less.
I see the experts getting ready here.
I'm up here for like the next 3 items, so it's probably just time to have a seat anyways. But what we have been trying through kind of these difficult times is working with property owners, particularly at that 8-inch number for mowing. Mowing is what kind of gets most notorious, right? If you've gotten cited, been told about mowing, and we've had to do that, the first time is kind of, we let you know, but after that, abatement will kick in for automatic mowing if we have to go back out and deal with it. Over the last couple of months, we have been trying to focus on really the bigger issue, the bigger problem properties, and trying to work more with the 8-inch, mowing issues and trying to remind people more before we have to do that second mowing, just because of some of the issues that were addressed earlier of related to COVID and being able to get assistance and help like that. So we are down this year primarily because we're focusing on some of the larger problem properties. And, one of the questions I've been asked in the last couple of days is, why do you have to do this at all? If the city's not mowing, why do we have to mow? And that's one perspective, but I also have the neighbors that call and say, I'm mowing my yard, why don't they have to mow? And so in trying to stick with the regulations and trying to kind of get everybody to where we need them to be and to follow that without explicit direction from you guys to bypass those rules and regulations during COVID, we've been trying to administer those as best as possible this year.
And Ms. Pack, by saying if we don't assess the properties, it's the city's responsibility, that really means at the bottom line that gets paid for with property taxes or sales taxes or some other general revenue in the general fund.
Yeah, the work has been done and the expense has been incurred. So
Yeah.
this is really a reimbursement of what we've already paid.
And that comes from the annual abatement contract that you approve.
Right.
And then that contractor follows up on our abatement throughout the fiscal year.
Any other questions for staff? If not, are there any comments from the public? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 211036, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost of abatement of nuisances.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 211036, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. That will lead us to 7.2.
Item 7.2, first reading ordinance number 20-11037, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost of the repair of sidewalks.
Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. This ordinance also is very similar to the one that we just spoke about. This one, however, has to do with the repair of sidewalks. Sidewalk repair and replacement is the responsibility of the budding property owner. When a sidewalk that is in need of repair or replacement is reported to Public Works, the city staff goes to the location, inspects it, and based on certain criteria, they determine if it's inadequate or unsafe sidewalk for travel, whether it requires condemnation or reconstruction. And they have a set of criteria that they look at depending on what type of sidewalk it is. If the sidewalk is deemed to be inadequate or unsafe, the notice of repair is sent to the property owner, just like in the previous ordinance. The property owner has 30 days to respond, either by fixing it or requesting an additional 30-day extension. The property owner has a maximum of 60 days from the date of the receipt of the original notice to make repairs to the sidewalk. The property owner has options. They can either make the repairs themselves, they can hire it out, or they can make arrangements for a contractor to repair the sidewalk. In the same situation, if the sidewalk is not repaired, the staff at Public Works will have the work done. We'll send them an invoice, and then they have 30 days to pay that. If they don't pay it, then it is assessed a special assessment, just like nuisance abatements on the previous one. This proposed ordinance would levy a total of $3,223.05 to the tax roll. Options for your consideration are to approve ordinance 20-11037, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost for the repair of sidewalks. Approve the ordinance levying special assessments with modifications to the list as the City Commission feels necessary, or to decline to approve the ordinance and deny levying special assessments against certain lots, at which point these costs would then become the responsibility of the city.
Okay, questions for staff?
I presume that these locations come to our attention through a report from a member of the public. In other words, our employees don't go around looking for bad sidewalks.
That would be correct.
We do, one report, one complaint begets another, and it's not uncommon for staff to be, for lack of a better word, confronted about the thoroughness of our inspection. So there have been years where we have notebooks full of feedback, which prompts a considerable amount of inspection and review in the community.
So what you're saying is sometimes if we get a report, we send somebody out on site, they either see something else in an adjacent property, or the owner of that property says, well, what about, my neighbor 3 houses down, his sidewalk's worse than mine.
Yep.
And so you end up with kind of a cascading series of reports. Okay.
Do we end up doing this with city staff, or do we contract it out?
The abatement of sidewalks?
Yeah.
That is not handled through the abatement contract that Development Services uses, I believe.
Mr. Kowach is here to be our expert on this one.
Jim Kowach, Public Works Director. No, this is handled through a contract. It's like a on-call contract that we have every year. We put it out for bids, and they bid per much per square yard, and then each project or each property gets an estimate before the work's approved.
So I guess just a quick question, would it be just as economical for an individual to allow us to do it as it would for them to contract it out themselves if they were not doing it themselves?
It is assumption that we're getting competitive prices and competitive bids.
Okay.
That could very well be the case. Now, there is some administrative, if they allow it to get to the point of being assessed, there's some administrative fees on top of that.
Okay.
We generally try to get people to do it themselves, especially, pouring concrete's kind of a different deal, but if it's removing an old car or picking up trash, some people can get to that.
Yeah, I was talking mostly about the sidewalks and stuff. I didn't know.
Yeah, Mr. Clark, if I can phrase the question differently, make sure I understood it, is do we have people who, in fact, once they are noticed that they have a bad sidewalk, they let our contractor do it, and then do they pay us, or do they, these are the ones that have not been
Right,
paid, I
right. Well, we
presume.
get, probably this past year, I think it's typical to get 20 or 30 of these a year, and we had 4 that actually did not pay it, and it's going through the assessment
So most of
property.
them have been taken
They
care of?
either do the work
otherwise.
themselves, they hire a contractor and pay them, or we hire a contractor and then they pay the bill for that. So this is a small percentage of the actual number of sidewalk repairs.
Good. Okay. Any other questions? Any public comment? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Mayor, move we approve on first reading ordinance number 20-11037, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost of the repair of sidewalks.
I'll second that one.
We have a motion and a second to approve on first reading ordinance number 20-11037. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. That will bring us to item 7.3.
Item 7.3, resolution number 20-7862, authorizing the mayor to execute an amended and restated sidewalk cafe license agreement with JKSK Corporation, authorizing an outdoor sidewalk dining area and Strand Plaza abutting the Barolo Grill Restaurant at 112 South Santa Fe Avenue.
Okay. Ms. Driscoll.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As you may remember, it was not very long ago, July 8th, 2020, the City Commission agreed to the recommendations by the Design Review Board for the conditions and passed Resolution 19-7719, authorizing the mayor to execute a sidewalk cafe license agreement with JKSK Corporation, allowing the placement of sidewalk dining area in Strand Plaza at the rear of the Barolo Grill Restaurant located at 112 South Santa Fe Avenue. That license agreement does allow for maintenance and set some maintenance components in there. You have a secondary license agreement that was done with that property as well to address a grease interceptor that is under another planter in that same area. The difference being, though, and why these weren't combined into one, is that planter is slightly out of the designated dining area, where this planter that we're discussing with you today is fully in that area. As you may remember, there are several planters within the boundary of the outdoor dining area. While doing construction, JKSK Corporation contacted the city and noticed that a tree in the northern corner closest to the door and the side of the building seems to be outgrowing its planter and was starting to crack that planter. It also drops quite a bit of fruit and other debris in that area. The forester for the city did confirm that in an email I got copied on later today, that he agrees that the particular tree is outgrown the space. And that tree itself is a sweet gum tree, and it does have and is not ideal for high traffic areas. The fruit that is dropped is, roughly about the size of a quarter, and it is also hard. It's a trip hazard. You can step on it. It doesn't exactly smush. It kind of rolls.
Is it the fruit that's kind of spiky?
Yes, spiny.
It's
and
not good to
slips.
step on barefooted, I can
No.
attest to that, yes.
No, and you step on it in a pair of shoes. I mean, it's a great way to roll a foot. So not exactly ideal for high traffic area, and the forester did confirm that it has outgrown that particular planter. JKSK Corporation came to the city and asked if they could pay to remove the tree and replace the tree with a sculpture base that would showcase a sculpture either purchased or long-term borrowed or leased from the Salina sculpture tour. Around that sculpture would be landscaping appropriate to the area, along with the identification and name of the sculpture. This would work into the rest of the landscaping that is part of the downtown or sidewalk dining area within that plaza. That landscaping plan has been attached, and I can tell you the city forester has also approved the landscaping plan. I was notified about that this afternoon, and that is typical duty of the forester. I think most notable is that this is kind of new territory, right? We haven't had a lot of these sidewalk dining licenses yet. Many of them have just been approved in the last 12 to 24 months, and there are a lot of moving pieces here. Both the applicant and staff thought it necessary to come back to the City Commission to specifically ask for this amendment and restatement of the sidewalk dining license. It's a bit out of typical maintenance, removing an entire tree, maintaining and fixing the planter, and then replacing that with something that is different. Looking at both the city's interest and the applicant's interest, and of course the interest of the public using the plaza, there are several features that were amended in the license agreement, specifically under section 1C, to address the covenants or kind of the rules of how the applicant uses the plaza. And those are timelines related to, taking out the tree and how quickly those are replaced, and then if the tree is ever fully removed, making sure something is put back in its place, or if the sculpture is removed, making sure something is put back in its place. And that allows flexibility for the applicant, but also a surety for the city. And so the timeline that's set forth in the license agreement is removal of the tree would be within 90 days following the effective date of this license agreement. Repair of the existing cracks and damages to the concrete planter would occur within 90 days after removal of the tree. Landscaping and the landscaping planter within 90 days following the effective date of the license agreement or concurrently with the installation of the sculpture, whichever occurs first. The sculpture base be installed within 365 days after the removal of the tree, and the sculpture installed within 365 days after the removal of the tree. That 365 duration was chosen, allowing based on the seasons and what kind of construction could occur, and depending on what sculpture tour had available, allowing the applicant to try and find the right sculpture for them and giving some wiggle room. But it does have removal of the tree, repair of the planter, and basic landscaping within 90 days, making sure that that's addressed. So with that, the commission could approve Resolution 20-7862, authorizing the mayor to execute the revised sidewalk license agreement with JKSK Corporation, authorizing the removal of a tree and the replacement with a sculpture base within a planter located in the outdoor sidewalk dining area in Strand Plaza, abutting Barillo Restaurant at 112 South Santa Fe Avenue. Or the commission may make amendments or postpone consideration of the resolution to a specific date and provide direction for staff regarding additional information or amendments, or decline to approve Resolution 20-7862. That would not change the current sidewalk dining license agreement. That would stay in its place, but it would not allow for the removal of the tree and the replacement with a sculpture base within that area. Staff is here to answer any questions, and I believe there is a representative from JKSK Corporation available if you have questions.
Any questions for staff?
I'm here.
I have one question. Looking at the drawing, what if the required base was larger than 16 inches? I would rather address that now than...
I think to kind of hone in on what you're approving, your license agreement is essentially allowing them to take out the tree and replace it with a sculpture base and landscaping. The landscaping plan itself is typically approved by the forester. And basically what he is looking for is, will these plants survive Kansas weather? Are they appropriate? Are they the right size? Things like that. If that sculpture base were bigger than 16 inches, and they came back to us with a revised landscaping plan that said, hey, we need to use a smaller plant because we need a bigger base, we would then go to the forester and say, is this new plant still, meeting the integrity of the whole design? Will it fit there? Will it survive in Kansas? That kind of thing. That's typically not brought back in front of the body. So it is allowable. I mean, they've got the planter to work within. These shrubs could be smaller.
Okay. I just didn't want have to come back and ask for approval if that base needed to be 18 or 24 inches, depending on what sculpture was placed in there. So, okay.
It would simply be a matter of selecting a sculpture that fit that base, I would suggest. I mean, that's got to be a limitation then. Are they also going to replace the planter in its current footprint? I noticed the drawing has a hexagonal, so is that planter going to go back where it is?
I believe the representative could speak to that, but what they have informed staff is that they plan to repair the planter as is, so keep it the same size, not remove the planter, but those cracks that are there.
They would repair with?
Yes.
With some filler, okay.
And I believe they've also met with a tree expert to verify that the tree can be taken out without destroying the planter. So that has been verified. But one of the reasons we set the timeline in such a way is getting the tree out of there that you still have time to repair the planter. So if there was some damage caused from removal, it could still be dealt with and didn't have to be done first.
Okay, any other questions?
I personally would like the tree. I like a tree there, but having looked at that tree, I can understand why they don't want that particular tree in that particular location, because it is quite, there's stuff on the ground underneath, and obviously it is very large, and is touching the building in a couple of places that I noticed, so.
Well, I think one of the things you can see in Exhibit A1, which is the landscaping plan, is there will be some other more columnar trees. And I think it's helpful to see really the whole landscaping plan rather than just this planter.
Right.
That was provided to kind of give you a sense of, being a visiting citizen in that area, what would that foliage look like, whether you were in the area or looking outside from it. And one of the clauses in the license agreement does state, Commissioner Franz, that if for some reason they don't want that sculpture there anymore, or the building is sold, or the license agreement changes, that it reverts back to either another sculpture or going back to a tree, so.
So if it helps at all, as I review the particular provisions of the agreement, there is language that says the licensee and its contractor shall be responsible for fully restoring the plaza and the landscape planter to the original condition. There's another section that says a sculpture base meeting the design and safety standards identified by the city manager or their designee shall be installed in the landscape planter. And there's language that the licensee shall install replacement landscaping in the landscape planter within 90 days, provided, however, that they shall submit a landscape plan for review and approval. So I think there's sufficient latitude within the agreement language. It's not attaching the exhibits as binding as much as reference, and my interpretation would be they do have to replace the planter, either repair it or replace it to its original condition. The sculpture base is subject to approval by the city manager, and the landscaping is a plan to be submitted subject to approval by the city forester. So I think we've got enough latitude to adjust bases and landscaping.
Okay, any other questions? Are there any comments from the public?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Jeff Mace, Compor Realty. I'm here on behalf of JKSK. One question that I would have for you, because we did meet a tree guy out there last Thursday or Friday to make sure that we didn't come before you in the planner, and he said, oh no, we can do it. Now there were some other questions about, are we going to tear that planter up, getting that tree out, because the base is being what it is, and it's not cutting the tree down, it's grinding the stump out so we can come back with concrete to create the base for the sculpture. One of my questions for you all is, how married are you to the planter? If we're going to have it is our intention, and Jason, the owner of JKSK, wants to leave it there because he thinks it's a place that his clients can sit on the patio, if they're waiting for a table and go outside and the tables are full. So there's that functionality of it. If we tear it up, can we just go to a base similar to what we see on Santa Fe, and where we have these sculptures there, or is the planter something that's critical for you in your decision? Kind of the two questions. Tree, can we can agree it comes out or it doesn't. We're going to replace it with sculpture. I'm just concerned, being in front of you now, that if we do tear that planter up, the idea may be that we come back with something smaller to house the sculpture, or is that a showstopper?
Looking at the pictures of this planter, my question would be why it's not being rebuilt to begin with. I mean, I would think the plan should be to take it out when you get the stump out and just rebuild it. I mean, because there's a lot of cracks in this. I mean, it doesn't look like it from the far away picture, but close up, Looks like you're going to be repairing that for a pretty good while.
In a normal environment, and I think the forester said this to the contractor, was, the city would normally take that down. It's a city street that's overgrown, that's busted up the planter and all of that. And, now we're saying you incur all the costs of taking the tree down and rebuilding the planter and all of that when it's all that's really city property. So we're open to it. I just don't want to, if we get in there and we tear it all up, then what? By grinding the stone.
I guess that's a good question, kind of follows along mine about the size of the base. What is our recourse if that base would be damaged further?
If you have to restore it back to the way it was, should you decide to move away at some point, you could argue that the planter has to be rebuilt then. I mean,
if you're married, if it's a hard stop that the planter would just come out and we would just have a sculpture be in that patio area, then that's what it is, and we have to, we'll respond accordingly. If you're not terribly married to that planter, the intention is to save it, but if it does get busted up, we would just take it out and have just a sculpture in that patio area, independent of the planter. In that plaza, there's probably at least 3 other of those 6x6 hexagon planters. So I don't want, you guys have had a long meeting. We don't need to belabor the point too much. In the name of being transparent, I've had 2 opinions. 1, no problem, we can get it. 2, not sure once we grind that stone.
Well, I think if that's what we're going to do, we probably need some more flexibility in the license agreement, depending on the drain, because this does not allow for that. And
Right. And that's your prerogative, but if that's the direction you want to head, I don't think this agreement's ready for action today. I think you're
I'm sorry.
looking at
I think that's a new information that Mr. Mays brought to the table, because
I just don't want to tell you we're going to,
Well, I would have been kind of surprised you could have got that stump out, leaving the planter with all these cracks in it together. But
they're building the
on the other hand, I don't walk through there very often, so I really can't tell you from personal experience how much the planter enhances the area.
I did go look at it, and the most severe crack is on one side, and these are close-up pictures. When you look at it from a little ways off, from some perspectives, the planter looks fine. If you get around on the side of the building and look at it, and there was some construction material there when I was there, but if you move that a little bit, you can see this one crack is the most extensive, and there are a few other, what I'd characterize as hairline cracks in the other parts of the planter. So this is the primary problem. It's only 1, maybe 2 cracks on that side that are an issue.
Do you think the planter's elemental to the aesthetic of the area that the developer's trying to create there? And I'm inclined to, if a pedestal's there, a piece of art, that's a nice feature. We table it and let the staff figure out how to make the planter go away.
I'm partial to the planter. I just think that having something green there would be nice, but to Mr. May's point, there are other planters in the vicinity that are very visible from the dining area that are,
I guess my
the
concern.
statue might be an aesthetic pickup that's even more substantial than the other planter.
I get that.
My concern is I understand trying to save the planter, but I guess the question is, if something happens, then we have a license agreement that's not valid. That's my concern.
yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, then we're sitting here all looking at each other going, well, that's not what we intended, and I don't know how we address that, and the fact that the intention is to save the planter, but if by chance something happens, because...
Is it our usual procedure if we remove a tree to replace it with something else that's living and growing?
I think not necessarily like with downtown, and when we've been looking at the plazas, looking at that overall streetscape and ambiance and trying to find a balance. I think in this plaza, it's bringing a sculpture where we haven't had one before, but there is additional greenery in the area. I think there are 2 questions before you. It's not just replace and repair of the concrete planter. That's one question. The other is complete removal. And are you okay with staying with that? Because, we can make minor adjustments to the license agreement to deal with corrects, damages, concrete planter, or replace at the owner's expense, but to remove it and keep it gone is really the one thing we don't address in here.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you can decide what your preference is, but there's 2 sections in the language currently. The licensee shall repair the existing cracks and damage to the concrete planter at the licensee's whole cost and expense, and they shall be responsible for fully restoring the plaza and landscape planter to their original condition following removal of the tree. So if the question is, what happened, in the process of removing the tree, the planter completely falls apart, I think the agreement language says currently the licensee agreement, he needs to put that back. Now, if you want to go in a different direction, you can provide that guidance to staff, but that would take revising this language.
Just keep it the way it is for me, but again, I've been down there, but I guess I just assumed it was going to be there. We weren't, as a city, in a rush to remove the tree. It does give shade. I may not want to walk under it, but
Well, the forester
the tree was not slated for removal previously.
Well, I think the forester, one of the things that he noted was the plaza was kind of put on hold compared to all of the others because we knew additional work was being done in there. But he has acknowledged that it has outgrown that planter. So with that, we may have done something in the future. That's not exactly clear.
So in a situation like that, would the forester routinely replace it with a different tree or type of vegetation, or recommend it just be removed?
We would have probably replaced it with something. Looking at the landscaping that's been put in throughout the rest of downtown, trying to find something that matches that aesthetic. Not necessarily a tree, though. I think that would have been up to discussion with Parks.
Admittedly, increased traffic would call increased attention to the condition of the tree, the planter, and the droppings that we've not had to address currently because there hasn't been a lot of activity back there.
Is it possible for the commission to give direction to staff, and then we just work with staff on the language, and say if we're married to the planner, we're married to the planner. If you don't care, if it gets it's the intention for it to remain. I just don't want to be here and then get beat up, and now, so. And that's why I'm just asking the question. If it's something that it's a hard stop, then it is, and if not, we can get the tree out of there and do the best we can.
If you're willing to take, and I'm going to look at Greg for a minute, if you're willing to take a 5 or 10 minute break, I could get with Greg and we could look at a possible language amendment. I didn't have one prepared, not knowing.
That would be good, because I would like to address it, but I think we need to address the possibility that it does get damaged beyond repair. It's not a real attractive base because it's got some wear on it.
Well, it addresses that already, though.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I have no
the
idea.
current way that it addresses it is it says it needs to be put back in its original condition.
Right.
If you're entertaining that it just goes away, it does not allow that possibility at the moment.
I don't imagine you can pull up one of those Google map pictures of back there, can you?
I looked, the aerial mapping, all you see is tree cover, and there's not a street view on the backside of that alley.
Okay. Thanks for trying. Okay.
Can we take is 5 minutes enough?
So if I could, though.
Look at Greg, because
Number one, we need consensus from you as a governing body as to what direction you want to go. So if we're headed that route, my suggestion would be that you make a motion and approve it to provide staff guidance to try to pull this together at a break, if that's your
To
inclination.
borrow a phrase from Dr. Francis, this is not a hill I'm going to die on, but I like green stuff that grows, even if it's not a tree. But I would...
On the other hand, I'm weighing the fact there are other planters in the vicinity, and it's not like this is the only bit of greenery there is. I would like to keep the greenery there, but I can also see that a sculpture, whether or not it is surrounded by greenery, would also be, an update to the plaza. To be honest with you, this existing planter, I have to be careful of my language here, use something that is not the most attractive thing I've seen. Mr. Mays, you're smiling beneath your mask, I can tell. So if it goes away, it's not going to I'm not going to have my feelings hurt by it, but, you know.
I think what I would like to see is that we stay with the intent of the license agreement and save the planner if possible, but have something in there that if it gets damaged, that we don't have to go through the expense of repairing it. We can come up with something
So provide an out for that
For damage,
eventuality
yeah,
in the license
during-
agreement.
yeah.
So
can we-
language that would modify the license agreement that would provide for an option if the planter does get destroyed while removing the tree.
Can we talk timeline a minute? That guidance is helpful. In the normal course of things, staff would take that, we'd bring you back, we'd have to produce a draft in 2 days, 2.5 days, to then distribute it to you for next Monday. What is the timeline?
We're ready to cut it down and go. I mean, he's trying to get the fences on order. Just a quick update, they installed the floor last week. I mean, they're getting close to going, but I mean, I don't know that I just don't know if it warrants coming back for them. That's why I was saying if we could work with staff on the language, if you guys give direction, that way you can move on.
What the direction they're going to give is, will have to be an amendment to the agreement for them to act on. So to be able to do it at the staff level, the authority's not there.
Okay, gotcha. I wasn't aware.
If it's not that time sensitive, I think the easier approach, and they will have a better likelihood of success if we get some direction from you and we bring it back to you next Monday.
So we could postpone under 3, postpone this till next week for additional language based on what we've discussed. Would that, you think that would be?
This isn't a life or death situation.
Okay.
So if
It is
we're
for the
cutting it down
tree.
next week, not this week, it doesn't change anything. So, yeah, it is for the tree, you're right.
So am I hearing that the language of the amendment would basically say if the planter is damaged beyond repair, then a pedestal for a statue would be acceptable?
In its replacement.
What kind of detail we need on the pedestal or the base that would?
Any expectation of landscaping along with that sculpture base?
Well, that's what I was just getting ready to ask.
I wouldn't worry about landscaping.
What I might offer for y'all is, if you look at the landscape plan, inside the fence, up against the building, there's 2 planter areas that there's going to be green space in it. And then right on the other side of the fence where the grease trap went is a very large planter. It's lower. It's not the tree planter. It's lower, but there's going to be a lot of green space and trees in it that we're having to add back now that we've got the grease interceptor in there. So just for maybe, Commissioner, your gratification, there's going to be a lot of green stuff back there.
Yeah.
And then everything else that's in the plaza, because there's 2 or 3 other planters and trees and stuff in that plaza, so.
Most of our pedestals downtown now have vegetation around the bases, or they're just, most of them are just freestanding.
They're standalone.
They're 6x6, which is interesting. They're 6x6 concrete pad. I went and took some photos of those to see how they compared on Santa Fe. And they're just a standalone.
And there's nothing, would be nothing around it just to, are you encouraging people to come up and touch it, or is there anything around it to reduce the likelihood of?
I think it would look very much like what you see on Santa Fe today.
Okay.
All those pedestals. Again, the intent is to leave the planter because Jason would like to have that as a place for folks to sit and, on the. So this is taking up a lot of your time for a hypothetical, and maybe I apologize for that because.
It's easier to do now than afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
I'm glad you brought it up because I wondered about that. So
because we may get it out of there and not have any trouble. It was mentioned if it gets beat up, maybe we just go back with the sculpture, and I'm like, no, that's different than what we've talked about.
Yeah.
So that's why I brought it up.
So I'll take a stab at it. I would move that we direct the staff to work out an exit strategy in the event the planter is damaged while removing the tree, and bring that back to us next Monday?
Sure.
Okay.
And I guess that would fall under number 3, postpone consideration of the resolution, and with your recommendations, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to postpone consideration of resolution number 20-7862 with us to be brought back next week based on direction given to staff by the commission.
That's 7863, I think.
I think 7863 is the next up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I turned the page.
Okay. Okay, a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will address this next week. Thank you, Mr. Mays, for bringing that to our attention, so it's easier to do now than after the fact, so thank you. Okay, that will bring us to 7.4.
Item 7.4, resolution number 20-7863, accepting a grant and providing a grant agreement with the Kansas Department of Commerce for a 2020 Kansas Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus, and authorizing the mayor to execute the grant agreement and associated implementation and administrative documents.
Okay, Ms. Driscoll.
Yes, so we are back discussing the CDBG CV program. This is special monies set forth. We have participated in CDBG or Community Development Block Grant programs before. Usually it's project-based. This is coronavirus related, that these additional monies are being put back into Kansas communities in two types of areas: economic development, which is basically microloans for small businesses, and then meal programs, which is basically reimbursement or small loans to meal programs such as Meals on Wheels, food banks, things like that. We did apply for both types of funding. Many communities didn't. For instance, Salina County did not. They only applied for the economic development funds. We did first apply for these dollars in May of 2020, what is now referred to as round one, and did not get funded at that time. The state took an approach of first come, first serve, and did that second, and they've now received a second allotment of money and are doing a second round. Through that second round, we have been awarded. We were informed of that on July 27th, 2020. We have been awarded $169,200. That is not our full request, but we had no reason to not ask for the full amount, and that was $400,000, and that could be attributed to both the economic development and meal programs. Looking at the list the state produced, nobody else got that maximum amount. We're pretty much in the normal amount that was issued for other communities of our size around Kansas. Salina County was also awarded. Unlike us, they did not get the money in round one like us, and in round two were awarded. They were awarded $132,000. They, as I mentioned, did not apply for the food funding, so our additional funds are primarily addressing the food funding. So we've applied, we are now awarded, and we need to sign our grant agreements. Probably the most recent CDBG project we did, and where some of these things may seem familiar, is with the train depot renovation off of Santa Fe. So we have been sent a contract that needs to be signed. That's contract 20-CV-112. That would put us in contract with the state to receive these monies and administer them as directed by the state. We have also included a contract for North Central Regional Planning Commission to assist us in administering this grant. It's quite typical in a normal CDBG environment to have a trained and certified CDBG administrator either administering or assisting with the administration of that. We do not have any certified CDBG administrators on staff here at the city, and have historically used North Central Regional Planning Commission for their assistance. CDBGs bring a lot of money to communities, a lot of boots on the ground kind of money, but they are a lot of work. And particularly some of the upfront certification type work. In this case, it's certifying the small businesses that will apply. Both their employees will need to be certified for LMI, or low to moderate income, along with several numbers related to the finances of that business in order to be able to receive the funding. The meal programs as well will need LMI certifications. The programs and services that they're doing need to be impacting census tracts within Salina, which we have identified previously that are low to moderate income census tracts. So there's quite a bit of verification, and even to kind of get the applications in, verify them, and start getting the money out the door, a lot of that upfront work needs to be done. So that is why staff is suggesting we do work with them as an administrator. The grant and its budget allows for $15,000, or about 9% of our award amount, to help with administration costs. So that has been identified. I think I have been kind of grappling with the administration of this. I know these dollars are really important, but it will be helpful to have North Central Regional Planning Commission, because beyond getting through verification, even the monthly and quarterly receipt reimbursements that will need to be submitted will be quite a challenge. These are, many of the counties have gotten, out of, let's say, 20 applicants or cities, only 5 or 6 have been able to qualify, even though they've applied, because of the rules that are within this. I think one of the highest numbers I've heard of is 10. But that's 10 different entities that we kind of need to keep an eye on and make sure they're getting their stuff in and verifying and doing all of that work. So in this particular grant, I do think the administration component is going to be very important. Also, North Central Regional Planning Commission has been part of round 1 and helping our neighboring communities to administer these funds. Much of this is kind of made on the fly. I mean, it's hard to remember sometimes that this pandemic is really like a disaster, and we have a lot of emergency money that needs to get out. And the time to write all these rules and regulations and all these details are not really out there, but the objective is to get the money out there. So they're using known programs like CDBG to get the money to us, but there's still quite a bit of gap. So having an organization that's done round 1 has been able and has helped us to see different applications already, ones that the state has approved, which is helpful. Our goal is to get the economic development application out there this week. So if you remember when we did the emergency services or emergency solutions grant just a few weeks ago, we did a website under the featured items. We had information there, the attachments, and you were able to apply online. We will do something very similar for this grant. So we'll do a press release, we'll do social media notification, we'll get that information out there, and they'll be able to go to a website to be able to apply and get that information turned in. We plan to do a 3 to 4 week, I'm gonna probably lean towards 4, it's a nice even number, 4-week time for people to get their information submitted. State Department of Commerce has been saying 3 to 4 is normal. There's enough information by the time you pull it all together. It takes a little bit. Plus, we want to make sure there's enough time to get the information out there. Then once those are in, we would have to go through those, verify those, and see which applications are actually able to, and of course, we're giving them information up front that says, these things will need to be verified, but we will need to go through that to make sure that they do truly qualify. Once we have that known total number that are qualified, staff's suggestion is to take the lump sum and divide it equally amongst those applications that are viable and able to follow the regulations here. I think we talked a little bit about when we looked at applying for this and the idea of using some type of criteria and a scoring method based on the impact or number of jobs saved and a variety of other things. From a staff perspective, and one of the reasons we're recommending this is there is a lot of money coming at us right now, both between the CARES dollar and the Spark Committee, between ESG and this grant. I think in order to be able to administer it correctly, fairly, and keep everybody on the up and up, it is much easier to just say, if you qualify, we take as many as we can and qualify, and we equally divide that money. When I've asked other communities who have already started to do this, that is what they are indicating. And none of them have, and I can't, if we come back and I got 20 that qualify and we got to figure something out, I can't say that I'm not going to come back to you and we need to have a further conversation. But looking at it at this moment and looking at what our neighbors are doing, they're not getting so many applications that qualify that equally dividing isn't working. And it's a way that it makes it possible for them to administer the grant efficiently. I did look at, there is one community that's got a scoring criteria. It was quite complex. And that would be a whole nother discussion if you want to go down that route of how would you score it, what is important. So that is definitely an option when we get to, postpone this. We want to get into more, but at this point, we're recommending equal division amongst those. And the county hasn't made their decision, but they did approve their grant contract, I believe, at their last meeting. The meals program is a little less known. Like I said, a lot of communities didn't apply for those dollars. And it is the one with kind of the least regulation, or at least kind of known components from the state at this point. We know that previous expenses can be dealt with. We know LMI is critical. So with that, staff's been working with North Central Regional Planning Commission and would like to push out and have the meal program application go live the week of 8/24. That would give us some time to get the economic development stuff out there, rolling, and come up with an application and get things set up for the meal program. I can tell you that the entities that we talk to who run meal programs for the application are aware of the award, so they know this is coming. We would, of course, advertise and go to the same length that we did for the economic development monies, but in a similar process, but trying to get the application set up and just figuring out a few more details that I'm sure are going to be asked by those applicants from the state would be ideal. Really, once those all start to come in, there's the review and the eligibility verification that goes with each one of those. And that's that economic breakdown related to overall financials of the businesses and their employees and how they qualify under LMI. We talked about allocation. I would suggest the equal division also among meal program applications that do qualify. If we get 3, then it's divided amongst the 3. There is a maximum allowed amount of money that can be awarded. So let's say somehow we only had 2 applicants. They may, if we took that whole amount and divide it in half, it will exceed the maximum amount allocated or allowed through the grant. So what we noted in here was that they would be able to just get the maximum amount that they requested. Managing quarterly reporting for all awardees. That is something that staff's kind of working on the background with. We've done some similar procedures in the past with North Central Regional Planning Commission, but I'm really hoping, really hoping to maybe do something with seamless docs and have a spot that people can input their receipts, input their certifications, so it comes to staff and we can do more of a workflow on the back end of that, because there's quite a bit of back and forth by the time we heard all that paperwork, get it to finance, get it to the state, to get verification, to get a check cut. There's a lot of moving pieces there. So as much as we can streamline that, I am hopeful for. And then grant closeout is typical with the CDBG. We'll have to do notification and additional information like we have with the train depot and other CDBGs we've had in the past. Under the fiscal note, there is no identified city expense outside of your known staff's time. There's money set aside in the grant for additional administration help, and there is no match required. That's also quite different. In past CDBGs, outside of the coronavirus, there is a match requirement. So with that, you have and are able to, option 1, approve resolution 20-7863, approving a grant agreement with Kansas Department of Commerce for a 2020 Kansas Community Development Block Grant, coronavirus, and authorizing the mayor to execute the grant agreement and associated implementation and administration documents. 2, approve the resolution with amendments as the city commission deems appropriate, or postpone consideration of the resolution to a specified date and time and provide guidance, or decline to approve resolution resulting in the city of Salina not approving a grant agreement with Kansas Department of Commerce for the 2020 Kansas Community Development Block Grant, coronavirus, and authorizing the mayor to execute those associated documents.
And I have one question, maybe I missed it. What, of the 169.2, what dollars go to economic development and what dollars go to the meal program? Did I?
Yes, there should
It's
be.
back in the material somewhere, but.
There is a
looked, but I
budget.
think I missed it somewhere.
Meals,
because-
I found it by
119,000.
accident.
It is, so right under attachments number 4, grant budget, You'll see economic development has been allocated $119,200. Meal programs is $35,000.
And we have no flexibility in that. If we had additional entities that needed the food dollars, there's no moving back and forth.
No.
Okay.
There are two distinct types of monies, and, yeah.
I'm Carol with the North Central Regional Planning Commission. You do have the flexibility of, you can ask for a budget amendment. If we can't spend all the business dollars, we could ask for a budget amendment to put more money in the meal program if it's necessary. This is just, they did a formula based on how they distributed those across the state. And I think most of the meal programs probably got about $35,000, and the rest went into the economic development. Because they didn't fully fund any of the grant requests that they received.
And it's all based on them approving it. I mean, we can always ask.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can ask. We don't know if they would allow us to move the money. But it would be something that we could.
Because of the requirements, have you seen that the food dollars have come up short, or have they been sufficient to?
Actually, of the ones that we're administrating, we only have 2 that have meal programs, the city of Salina and the city of Marysville, and they were both funded in the second round.
So we don't know. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have any experience with that at this point.
Well, and I can tell you when applying, that was probably where the questions were hardest for the state to answer when I called and asked different questions. What has kind of been reinforced to me is you need to be able to link it to the LMI area. And that's why a lot of communities didn't go after these funds, because it's not always easy to do that. But we knew that we had providers who could say, I dropped off a meal here, and I can tell you that that census tract is already verified as LMI, and that address belongs in it. And that makes it possible for this to be applicable.
If you have programs vastly different sizes, where their needs would be disproportionate, if you have equal distributions, the smaller operations would get more than what, I'm going to say more than what they would need, but is there a limit based on their own budget as to what percentage of expenses, whatever they can ask for?
Well, they are going to have to provide expenses, and then they have to show proof that they've made payment on that. So if it's small enough that they wouldn't be able to use their portion, then we would need to make adjustment at that point. And
Let's say if you divided the meals in thirds, that would be, but 11,000, maybe almost 12,000 apiece. If one group only needed 5,000, and you only had 3 applicants, but another group is a much bigger program, could you then shift that 5,000 even?
What I
Though
can
you've
tell
said you're going to do it equally, can you later shift the money?
What I can tell you is we're going to need to know up front before you award to any of those entities, because once they receive any money, they can't receive any more. So that will be something that we'll work with those to have them tell us in a budget format how much they need, and that may help us decide how those dollars are going to be awarded.
Right, because my concern was with the deciding to award applicants equal amounts. Was that just for the economic development or for meals as well?
No, it would be for them in their entirety. What we have been seeing with other municipalities is if you're, let's say one entity asks for like $2,000, it's not a lot. I think it's what Carol's saying is you have to be able to be reimbursed, but you have others allocating for larger amounts of money, is getting the smaller ones paid if you did an equal division, that they could be paid, but they didn't really need all of that equal division, that remaining sum is then divided against the ones that do need that greater amount of money.
So you can come back later and redistribute.
We would need to know prior to awarding to that business, or that they have the qualifying expenses for the amount of money that they are.
So it's not a hard, everybody has to get the same amount?
No.
Okay.
But I know one of the things that coming into this, and this is not always the easiest spot for staff to be at, is we kind of got to just push through this a little. there are a lot of unknowns. So the approach that we've been seeing everybody take is get the stuff in and really figure out what you've got that's even qualifying, because there aren't a lot of comparables. And remember that to get these funds, it didn't go to Wichita and some of those other bigger communities. So we're one of the bigger fishes in this pond who got some of these monies, and trying to find the right way to do that. And I mean, I'm comfortable if city manager is comfortable of even getting the applications, getting them verified, knowing what we have, and coming back with an award process. And I think we can say in our public outreach, look, these are the maximum amount possible. This is what you need to qualify. But the city commission will need to finalize, those applications and how that money is divided.
Kind of like that, just the idea of having a predetermined equal amount when you don't know what organizations will need. Just seeing that there'd be some money left over in some areas, and some folks who with very deserving programs who could justify the higher reimbursement wouldn't get it.
I mean, it'll put a little bit more length on things. We'll have to come back, we'll have to approve, but for staff, it's been very difficult to say, this is the way, this will work perfectly, there's no reason to come back, because there's just a lot of unknowns. I mean, I think what Carol's saying is, you're gonna have one application that needs $2,000, you may have one that wants $30,000, but I think it's equally difficult, and I'm not always in this camp, but I think in this case, it's gonna be equally difficult to go, okay, for instance, the one scoring mechanism I saw that was used in another community, how sustainable is this business? Would you give them a loan? I don't know if we want to get down to that level.
Well, it depends also on what services they have provided. I mean, they may have been the lifeblood organization for a lot of the city during the last 6 months, so they may truly qualify for it.
Well, but I think that qualifying for it and then going through that process, though, of deciding who would be on a panel to score and grade those applications based on some type of matrix, we've done that with other grants, and if that's where we need to go, we are adding weeks to you guys choosing who would be on that, because I don't think, based on what we just did with Spark money, that that's necessarily all city employees, that we'd have to decide who's on that panel, what does that scoring criteria look like, getting those scores and approving them that way.
All right, but if you have money that's left over and you can come back and redistribute, then that solves that problem.
So staff's recommendation at this point would be, let's get this grant application out. Let's get these applications in. Let's get them verified. Let's see that what we have that is eligible. And we would come back to you showing that breakdown in an equal representation. If we have some that are small, trying to get those paid out, and then equally dividing amongst the rest, and allowing you guys to approve that before we issued those funds.
And I would add one thing. We don't want to overcomplicate it. It's already complicated in terms of, especially on the economic development side, being a qualifying business, you have to demonstrate that 51% of your employees meet the low to moderate income level. So it's not just a geographic location. Now we're into employee demographics. So we don't want to overcomplicate it, but rather than equal, what I would say is equitable. I mean, we may look at a 5-employee employer differently than a 50-employee employer. We may look at a food program and the number of people it serves, but I think the overall point is we want to take all applications, verify their eligibility, and then see if staff can come up with an equitable distribution and bring it back to you for your consideration.
That's the magic word. Thank you. At least for me it is.
Thank you for your input.
Thanks, Carol.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
And approving the resolution would include the equitable, that doesn't have to be added.
This action is really just entering into the agreement on the grant and North Central Regional Planning's administration. And when we get through that process, we'll be back.
All right. Mayor, move approval of resolution number 20-7863.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7863. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that will lead us to 7.5, June 30th, 2020, financial update.
Mayor, I think we've been in continuous meetings from about 2:15. It
you
would
want
be
a break?
possible to take a 5-minute recess.
Let's make it, yeah, we'll be back, let's make it like 7 or 8. We'll be back here at 6:15.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we are back in session. I believe we maybe have a motion to change.
Mayor Hoppick, I would move that we bump item 7.6 ahead of item 7.5 in the interest of getting that business taken care of. We've got someone here who would like to see that, and we may as well move him down the road as soon as possible.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to move item 7.6 in front of 7.5 on the agenda. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0, and we will move to item 7.6.
Mayor, do you want me to do these together or one at a time?
Do 7.6A, please.
Okay.
First.
Item 7.6, Salina Airport Authority bond issuance. 7.6A, election of a temporary chair.
Okay, again, as of last week, I have, due to my business, a conflict of interest on this item. So we will need to elect a temporary chair, so I can recuse myself.
Mayor, I move that we make Commissioner Trent Davis the temporary chair.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to elect Commissioner Trent Davis as temporary chair. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. I will step out of the room and turn it over to Commissioner Davis.
Don't go too far. All right. I think we can have the reading, 7.6B.
Item 7.6B, second reading, ordinance number 20-11038, unconditionally approving the issuance of general obligation bonds by the Salina Airport Authority for the purpose of financing the cost of certain capital improvements located at the Salina Regional Airport and Airport Industrial Center.
Okay, this ordinance was approved on first reading last week, and the change is that the amounts of total issuances to not exceed $2.2 million. It was just a
Correct.
slight typo difference between
That was
the two.
caught in the conversation last week, but the revised document that you have, it reflects the 2.2.
Right.
And I guess the other change is, last week, I think we were referring to it as Project Rise, and now we know that it relates to the Schwann's project that you attended the announcement for this afternoon.
That's true, that does look different. And there were any questions of the commissioners of staff? And no new developments from staff otherwise?
Nope, none that I'm aware of. Tim Rogers is here from the Airport Authority if you had any questions for him or wanted additional details.
Mr. Rogers.
Commissioner Davis and members of the commission, probably it is good to report exactly this land acquisition is for land, critical parcels of property that's needed for the expansion of the Tony's Pizza factory here in Salina, Kansas, as announced this afternoon. Part of the activity that has been occurring is that Governor Kelly informed me on her arrival at the Tony's Pizza Event Center that the state's the state's Finance Council gave final approval of the sale of the K-State Polytechnic Gymnasium, a critical piece of property in that area, to this Airport Authority, and we will package that and then transfer that piece to the Schwann's company. Also, we will be receiving the negotiated contract with Pratt Industries for the properties. The gymnasium is about 5 acres, and the Pratt Industries property is about 17 acres. And that property will be, I'll have a contract for that probably the next 48 hours, so we can proceed ahead with contracts on both parcels and then bundle that with approximately 9 acres of Airport Authority property that's being donated at no cost to the Schwann's company. So they have the campus and everything they need to proceed ahead with this this construction project. And that's the rest of the details that are available to share with you and the viewers today.
Good news, good news, good
Very
news.
good news. Any other questions?
Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public? Oh, 2 of you. Oh, okay. In that case, we'll bring this back to the commission for action.
Commissioner Davis, I move we approve ordinance number 211038 on second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 20-11038 on second reading. Vote by roll call, please.
Commissioner Franz?
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Aye.
Temporary Chair Davis?
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. And we will proceed on to item 7.5. If you could ask the mayor to come back in. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Good day.
Additional paper. Okay, thank you.
Do I have to do anything to get
back in?
Do I have to like arm wrestle or anything to find out? Okay.
Item 7.6B passed, vote 3-0.
Okay, thank you, guys. Okay, with that, we will move to 7.5, June 30th, 2020 financial update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. As we all know, COVID hit back in mid-March, and with gathering limitations, and then March 31st with a complete shutdown. And we've been before you multiple times, and things have changed multiple times, and they continue to change. So what we're bringing you today is just the updated information that we have, asking for some additional guidance and trying to figure out how do we move forward through the end of the year with the information that we currently have. First of all, we wanted to, and I apologize, I created a summary of this, but I forgot it. We wanted to go back and say where we've been, because it's important to know, especially for those listening to this tonight, that there have been several steps in this process since COVID hit. We've had several different projections. We've had a lot of information thrown at us. And so as we've made decisions, as you've made decisions and given us guidance, there's been a lot going on that we didn't know. So we've had to make decisions based on the information that we had at the current time. Back in April, on April 6th, COVID had just hit. We felt like there was going to be some effects on the financial statements. We brought you revenue projections that we based on some Moody's information that we had at the time. And we also reviewed some projects that were underway at that time. At that time, we only had February information. And so and when we provided those projections, we came in telling you that we thought that the general fund would be in the hole $1.4 million. The original budget had that general fund to the good about $46,000. When we brought that information, we had already included some decreases in the revenue based on the information that we had from Moody's. We had identified some expenses that had already been trending a little bit lower. And we'd also identified through the assistance with department heads some cuts that they could make in commodities and contractual services. So at that point, like I said, we were anticipating that the net loss to the general fund would be about $1.46 million. At that study session, we had a long discussion with you, and based on the information we didn't know, we felt like we were probably being a little bit too optimistic at that time. So at that time, you requested us to revise the projections downward. You also asked us to identify some additional expenditure reductions. You requested that we try to maintain reserves, and that we provide you with additional scenarios for a 30, 60, and a 90-day stay-at-home, because of course at that time we had no idea what was going to happen. At that time, projections did include that we would not hire part-time staff for the rest of the year, but they did not include any of the personnel reductions that we anticipated that may come later in the year. We came back on April 13th, still using the February actual information. We again revised projections down. We provided you that 30, 60, 90-day scenario based on the fact that we felt like revenues were going to be significantly impacted if we were in a stay-at-home order, and especially if we were in a stay-at-home order over a long period of time. We provided additional expenditure reductions in commodities, contractual service, and capital outlay after we again asked departments to review those items. Projections at that point still did not include personnel because that was the last step we wanted to take. And we also provided at that meeting some options of what we could do with personnel. At that time, we brought you 3 scenarios. The net loss in each of those 3 scenarios was anywhere between a loss of $2.2 million to almost $3 million. That was the information that we had on April 13th. At that time, we had already included savings of part-time staff of $850,000, some savings on salaries based on the actual information that we had received. We assumed that we would not have part-time mowers, Kenwood Cove would not have part-time staff, the field house would be closed, the museum staff would be limited to full-time staff, and rec program would be discontinued for the remainder of 2020. We did recognize that we were trending with some savings in health and work comp at that time. Capital outlay, we had, departments had identified about $176,000 in savings. At that meeting, we provided those 3 projections from $2.2 to $3 million. We also provided you for a sales tax projection, which showed that they were probably going to come into the positive, and we anticipated that we could possibly use those savings in sales tax to offset the loss in the general fund. At that study session, your feedback to us was put together a personnel plan to help fill the gap. So we did. We came back on April 20th, study session, and at that study session, after discussion with you and explanation of furloughs, work shares, multitude of other items that we were looking at, we put together a plan that would put some people on furlough, would put a significant amount of people on a 20% work share, and another percent of people on a 40% work share, and provided you with the original estimate of savings. We also included not doing longevity and a 10% reduction to executive staff after they came back from work share. That original projection of savings was about $1.9 million to the general fund. You gave us the feedback to implement that work plan. We adopted Resolution 207830, which gave the city manager a recommended emergency staffing plan for the remainder of 2020. I will note that that work share plan did go in effect for most employees on May 4th. Some were delayed a week or so, and that work share plan has morphed into multiple things. As you know, throughout the last couple of months, we've put sanitation on, we've taken sanitation off, we've moved people in parks, we've done a lot of things with that work share program. So that savings continues to change as we make changes to that plan. Basically, then, what we kind of decided, we need to sit and wait now and see what's going on. So in what we've provided you since then, we've provided March 2020 actuals with projections. Those all did include the projection for the reduction in the personnel for work share. We've provided the April 20th actuals with projections. We saw that sales tax receipts for May were higher than projected. The May 20th actuals with projections, we changed our scenarios from 30, 60-day, 90-day stay-at-homes to waves of COVID because we knew at that time that it wasn't going to be a continuing effect, but it could still be waves at that point. We had property projections that increased due to the receipts from May. Our sales tax for June were much higher than we projected. Our sales tax revenue projected we increased due to the June receipts received. We also changed the EMS projection downward because we saw a decline in those receipts. Now with the June 2020 actuals, we've provided a new scenario, and we'll look at each of these. In this new scenario, we've taken what we've collected in sales tax to date, and rather than try to project those based on shortfalls in specific industry avenues, we've taken what we actually collected in 2019 for the remainder of the year and applied that to the sales tax projection. We've also closed the Lambert's TIF since that time, so we estimated an amount that we'll be getting from that Lambert's TIF. We've received our sales tax receipts for July, which were higher than we originally projected with the May sales. And the sales tax projection was increased due to that July receipts received. In our June projections that we've provided you in this packet, we have added back longevity to the personnel projection. So basically on 5/11, we had the March 2020 actuals. We still had the stay-at-home orders. At that time, with the personnel savings, we were anticipating that the general fund deficit was going to be anywhere from $229,000 to a little over $1 million. And then on slide 15, we showed exactly what was included in there, the savings on the work share, the savings on capital, all of the commodities and contractual services that we had previously projected. From that feedback from the March actuals, you basically gave us the instruction, stay the course until July sales tax. Let's see what those numbers are, and when there's available, we'll come back, and that's where we are basically today. We have provided you since then the April actual numbers. Those projections did change the net deficit in the general fund a little bit, from $189,000 at the best case scenario to a little over $984,000 in the worst case scenario. And in May, when we provided actual data, we got into the three waves. At that point, with projections, we were seeing that the general fund had turned around and could be anywhere from $1.2 million to the positive to $748,000 to the positive. This is all with sales tax, but the big numbers that are changing in here are sales tax receipts. When we went into shutdown, we assumed that we were going to have very low sales tax collections. They did not come in that way, so that's why these projections are changing. Today, we have sales tax data through July. As you can see from this graph on slide number 19, the sales tax, city's portion of the sales tax is down from July of 2019. It's down approximately 4.10%. However, the year-to-date collection for sales tax is down 0.48%, so it's kind of leveling off. The use tax collection through July was also down compared to last July. However, on slide 22, you can see that it was down 8.25%, but for the year, that amount is up 12.12%. The one thing I wanted to mention on this is, because we've been getting this information a month apart, it's hard to track where are we going. So what I did was I looked at the total amount in May, when we got May sales tax, which was March sales. We were still up year-to-date 2.3%. When we got June, which was April sales tax, we were now up 1.6%. In July, when we got sales tax, which was for May sales, we're now up 0.65% in total. That's sales tax and use tax. So as you can see, that's trending down, but we're still above where we were before. But I think that's important to note that number is trending a little bit down. As I mentioned earlier, the projection approach that we've taken in the past is we had a 30, 60, 90-day stay-at-home. We switched that to 1, 2, and 3 waves. We based that projection on a percentage of sales tax collected as compared to the average of the prior 3 years. And we based those percentages on the data that we were getting from Moody's or someplace like that, and what we felt like we were going to increase or decrease. For example, in one wave, we had our lows in March or April when we were stay-at-home, and we didn't go back to low again. In a 2 wave, we were low in April, and then again later in the year, we had a low that based to cover that second wave, and again with the third one. And the new projection, with the June financial update, we've added the assumption is that the sales tax receipts to date, plus the sales tax that we received in 2019 for the months to come, so for August, September, October, November, December, we added those together and got a final number for sales tax for 2020. That makes some assumptions that our levels for 2020 are going to be the same that they were for 2019. So given that fact, the projections that we're providing here are that at the end of 2020, we will collect about $13.4 million in sales and use tax using this new projection. So based on that information, and this is the page that I gave you, the insert, because I didn't have the fund balance on there. Based on that information, with the one new projection, we're projecting that the fund, general fund will have a surplus of $2.13 million, which leaves the fund balance in that projection about $9.2 million at the end of the year. I did provide, however, on the same sheet, what those numbers would have looked like if we would have stayed in the old format, just for your information, because we don't know. We're asking for your information, basically, what our comfort level is with those projections, so I wanted to provide that information. So based on the new projection, this next slide gives us a monthly cumulative, as we've shown before, when we're going to go either negative or stay positive, and it shows at the end of the year. Once again, our collections will go down, so we'll have some negative months, but overall we'll have a positive general fund surplus at the end of the year of a little over $2 million. So then we wanted to show, just to be consistent with where we are today, based on what we projected that number to be back on April 13th. And as you recall, on April 13th, we had not implemented, this is revenues, but you'll see on the expenditure side, we had not implemented some of the measures that we put in place. So as of June, we actually collected $28.5 million in revenues, and our 30-day stay-at-home projection was $27.6 million. Our 60-day was $27.6, a little under, and our 90-day was $27.5 million. So as you can see, we've collected a little over $1 million more than what our lowest projection was at that time. And that mainly comes in property tax and sales tax. As you can see, EMS is still falling behind what we had originally projected. On the expense side, we had projected at June, our June actuals are about $10.9 million. In our 30-day stay-at-home, we had projected $8.1 million. Our 60-day was $8.078 million, and our 90-day was $8.028.
I think you're reading the net income line.
Oh, sorry. 17 million, you're right.
Okay.
I thought, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
17 million in expenses to actual. Our projections were 19.5 million across the board, because those weren't changing based on how long we were provided. So as you can see, our expenditures are lower than we were projecting at that time also.
Now, at 4/13, had we implemented the staff reductions yet?
No.
Okay,
We
so that
had
was
we had implemented the part-time, but not the furlough
full-time,
and
not
work
the
share.
cost sharing not implemented.
That's
Okay.
correct. That's correct. So in summary, based on the June numbers, our year-to-date actuals for property tax are up about $489,000. Our sales tax year-to-date are ahead of our projections about $1 million. Our EMS is below projections by about $188,000. And on the expense side, our personnel services are below year-to-date projections by about $236,000. They're below on commodities about $193,000. below projections on contractual by about $400,000, and below projections of about $221,000 on capital outlay. There's still a lot of unknown. We've seen this slide before, it hasn't changed. A couple of things have changed. President Trump just signed an executive order possibly extending the $600 to $400. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but that's what we know at this point. But I think the important thing to remember is that there's been a lot of temporary things put into place to help deal with COVID, and I think it's important to know that those things are going to go away at some point. So I think we don't want to lose sight of, once this all goes away, what happens to our economy. Unemployment benefits, we don't know what they're going to be based on the executive order that came out. We don't know if there's going to be an additional economic stimulus. We haven't seen the effect of business closures, travel patterns or restrictions. Spending patterns could change drastically if that $600 goes away. Inventory available local businesses. And another thing that we think is going to have a high impact on both our employers and our employees is the school function, how that's going to affect people's ability to work and therefore their ability to get their full paycheck. A couple of questions that I wanted to answer that you've asked before is where do we stand as far as unemployment? June 2019, we were at 3% in Saline County. June 2020, we're at 6.6%. Current COVID cases, and this changes daily, Saline County had 367, deaths of 5.
I think I looked at the unemployment data, and it's kind of interesting to see month to month. It actually spiked at about 10 or 11% in like May or June.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's dropped to it must have been May, and then it's dropped below that again.
Right.
So
we are seeing it come down a little bit.
It went up quite a bit, and then it came down.
Right. There's a lot going on as far as funding and expenses that we still don't have certainty with. Based on the results of the transient guest tax, there may be an additional transfer to TPEC. As you've probably seen further in this presentation, at this point, we don't anticipate that happening, but we're going on projections still for revenue, so that may come into effect. Arts and Humanities, which is supported by the general fund, based on the data that we have now and what's going on today, that transfer will still need to happen. We're not sure at what level. The golf course is pretty tight, so there may be some possible support necessary by the general fund. The OCCK agency contractual service, there's a potential savings here. I will say that this $400,000 number, I estimated that. I have not gotten a confirmation from them. We have actually paid out to them 3/4 of what they requested. So at this point, we have a balance of $202,923 that we still owe them. So I'm not sure exactly how that's all going to play out, because what I did was I just took how they applied it to the 2021 budget and applied it to the 2020 budget to see if I could come up with some number.
Can I interject some questions here? Because this slide, I had a lot of questions on.
Yep.
OCCK, when we were talking to them, they did reference about a $400,000 savings this year in their presentation. But it was a little hard for me to understand exactly what they were getting at, because he kept referring to, we're going to give that to you as a credit, as if it's not real money we're going to get. And I'm not sure what he meant by that. Does any of the staff know what that means?
No, and when I looked at that today, that's why I looked at what we'd paid him, because I thought the same thing. Why are we being submitted with invoices if you're not going to request that money?
And I guess if I might continue, and speaking from memory, I didn't go back and look, but he talked about a new building that they were doing, and that we were going to be responsible for a part of that expense. And I think what he might have been saying was, we're just not going to bill you for that part of your expense. we'll issue that as a credit against your contract this year. So he's going to use money we've given him for operations and basically move that in effect into the building expense.
I believe he actually said that they're experiencing cost overruns on that project, and so they were hopeful that these funds could be used to offset that cost overrun.
But we have not approved that.
No, that request hasn't come in.
Did we approve the building?
Yes, we approved to
Previously.
share $233,000 as a match to
Not
that
the
building.
overrun.
Okay.
It was a match towards KDOT funding for the building.
So the
but-
building was approved in last year's budget?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and that was, I wasn't clear.
At a maximum amount of $233,000.
So-
And Mike's
so-
correct, he mentioned that that project may come in higher than they anticipated, and that he had hoped that he could use some of this additional savings.
And that's probably what he
to
means as
offset that
credit. So this
project.
400,000 is kind of
Right.
loose?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the point I wanted to make.
It'll be a decision point you have to make in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it, I'm just trying to think that through, because they're being paid 100%, so should we, I mean, I'm just talking out loud, should we be making a demand? That
Well,
sounds harsh, but should we be requesting those funds be sent back to us?
Well, I think they're being paid 100%, but not all year. It was my understanding. It started mid-year sometime.
Correct. It's the last 6 months of the year, and it's
Okay.
not,
And then half of 2021 also, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yes,
Yes.
it was 12 months, and half was in 2020 and half in
Right.
2021.
So we should get basically half of our contribution back unless we allow them to apply it to the building.
and it's not exactly
Overrun.
half, because there's some, in their
Yeah.
budget, there are some line items that KDOT does not pay for. And so that's why I applied that thinking to the 2020 budget request that they gave us to come up with that estimated $400,000.
And I think that's about what he said at that point.
We had approved $811,000, almost $812,000 in funding for
As I recall,
2020.
something like 387 or 389,000, I think is the number he threw out at the study session.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's something we'll need to follow up with them based on your direction, how to follow up with him on. The CARES grant, we're notified that the Spark Committee did approve us for funding for the first round. However, that still needs to go to County Commission, which is going to be considered tomorrow, and it still has to be approved by the state. So that number, while we believe is a good number, is not in stone yet.
Okay, and that number is not included in the fund balance
None of these
projection.
numbers are included in the projection that I just gave
these
you.
are basically
outside of-
upside and downside from the base we're talking about.
That's
Okay.
correct. That's correct. The $380,000 in the second round, it appears that part of that has been approved by the Spark Committee. Is that how I'm reading this, Jacob? But again, that has to go to the County Commission and to the state for approval.
And one clarification there, the first round truly was reimbursement. The second round included reimbursement and anticipated expenses. So as an example, hardware and software for employees to be able to work from home, that, if that's funded, that's a new expense that would offset whatever we receive in the way of revenue.
And that's what the citizen was referring to earlier in the comments and citizen comments, as they'd been watching that, and I forgot who said that. but
And not to
yeah.
get too sidetracked, but the cost increase that they're asking about for computer technology relates to licenses and fees of software. It's not what we're talking about here.
Not
But my
this.
point here is that second round of reimbursement, it looks like it's shaping up that it will not net positive to this conversation and this bottom line. If we receive any funding, it'll be attributable to expenses we haven't budgeted.
To
either.
future expenses.
Right.
So we could basically put that as zero.
And
that's correct.
And we would not make those expenses otherwise.
Correct. They are COVID-related requests that we submitted for their consideration.
Okay.
So I'm going to put that as
So
a
that
zero. then.
$380,000 is a net neutral.
So that's really
A net zero.
zero.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
The next item is the Lambert's refund of excess funds. We do have funds on account at Security Bank. That's being closed out as we speak. We should be receiving those funds in the next week or so. We anticipate that the city's portion of those funds would be about $110,000. And then what we wanted to present to you was the number that we could project that would be the cost to return employees to full-time staff, so that you had the basis to make some decisions as far as how we go forward, how we move forward with this information. So staff recommendations, we recommend that we continue to work under the revised budget for the commodities, contractual services, and capital outlay that departments have kind of committed to from the beginning. We would recommend that we look at each project by project review, as we've been doing since COVID began. For personnel, we've already added back the longevity costs, but we would recommend that we formally take that off the table and pay those following as we would normally do. Exec pay, that we do not reduce the 10% salaries once those executive staff come back from work share. We're recommending that we develop a plan to discontinue work share and furloughs. We're looking for some direction from you as far as how to develop that, when to happen. And we certainly continue to monitor monthly performance and adjust as needed, because we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, that's the thing that I have to reiterate is, just because our projections look good today, we don't know what's going to happen in August or September or November, especially if unemployment doesn't get refunded. Hearing that from President Trump, there's still a lot to that too. 25% has to come from the state. If the state doesn't say they'll do it, then they get nothing. If the state can prove they can't afford it, then they might do something. So there's still a lot out there that we just don't have a firm grasp on what those numbers are going to do.
And if I can jump in somewhat in Debbie and Tara and Jacob's defense, is as we've tried to put these projections together, I hesitate to call sales tax hitting the 2019 numbers as an assumption or a projection. We're not presenting to you, and it was at my direction that we just use that number as a reference point. I'm not prepared to say that all indications are we're going to hit 2019 numbers, but for lack of any other information out there at this moment, I chose to use that as kind of a baseline for your reference, so you could get some level of comfort of where you think we've been and where you think we're going. And Ms. Pack touched on it earlier, but at this moment, we're essentially break even with year-to-date in 2019. But that's the result of the early part of 2020 exceeding 2019's performance, the remainder to get us to year-to-date falling slightly behind 2019. But having said that, our financial performance has not been nearly as dire as we projected based off of Moody's, and we projected off of what we knew at the time, primarily, in my estimation, because of stimulus, which, as Ms. Pack is saying, that continues to be a variable. But having said that, what we've tried to do is give you kind of where things might shake out, and it does look net positive, at least create some margin that it then becomes a question of what's our level of comfort for the remainder of the year. I know I'm repeating to you as the governing body, but for the listeners at home, it gets a little confusing when we talk about May, June, July numbers. All of our sales tax runs 2 months in arrears. So we knew we had a stay-at-home order in April, but we had to wait till June to see the impacts of that. We knew we were coming out of the stay-at-home order in May. We had to wait till July to see that. And I realize here we are in August, but we don't get July numbers till the end of July. So all this is still just kind of
end of August.
I'm sorry.
End of August?
Well, when we say receiving in July, it's not like July 1.
Yes.
It's the end of July. And so it's just coming into focus at this point. But
well, I think it bears repeating that when we started into this in February and March, all of the information we were receiving were very dire predictions. Unemployment rates of 20%. Of course, this was all pre-stimulus. Huge drops in sales taxes and so on. And I think it's pretty clear that when the stimulus money came came our way, both the $1,200, whoever got that, and the $600 a week unemployment, plus the PPP money and a variety of other things, have all had an effect on keeping more people employed than might have been the case otherwise, and of blunting the effect of that unemployment. So our sales taxes have not taken the sort of dive that we anticipated. And it's easy to sit here in the chair today and look back and say, well, we kind of overreacted on that one, but everybody that I could see was saying the outlook's dire, and Moody's is still predicting long-term fairly significant challenges in the
And
credit
even
and
in
financial markets.
2021, because even if some of these things do continue through the end of the year,
Yeah,
when they go away, people will not be prepared.
yeah,
And
yeah.
If I
And
could
so-
add a couple of things, regardless of the stimulus, people were home for a month, and
Right.
Moody's anticipated increased sales tax activity for groceries and home improvements. We factored that into our projections as well. The other retail sectors, restaurants in particular, didn't perform as poorly as had been
Right.
projected. And I'm still, if you look at groceries and restaurants, there's a net increase of spending in both of those categories. I would have expected an offset in some way. Auto sales performed better than expected, and there's some conversation about the ability to backfill inventory and whether that'll be an issue. And then the other thing that I would tell you is on the revenue projection side, we sat down and prior to COVID, we spent time trying to build the analytics that Ms. Pack described, going back and looking at our historical averages by revenue source over multiple years and coming up with a month-by-month performance so that we could monitor our financial performance on a month-by-month basis. We then tried to apply the Moody's projections and what we knew, and now most recently, as we prepared these revenue projections, we went back in each one of those revenue categories and looked at them. A lot of those are I'm very pleased with how accurate some of those have been. Sales tax, far and away, is the one that's been the most unpredictable for all the reasons we talked about. So when we say, we're replicating 2019 numbers, not on the other revenue line items, just on the sales tax line item. To give you.
And that is the one that is the most unpredictable, and is a very large item.
Yeah, if you look at the current trend, we're at the break-even point, but we're lagging month by month for the last 3 months. So that would be unless things turn around, that would be an indicator that sales tax revenue in and of itself will fall short at year end. I don't know how to hazard a guess how much, but with all the other activity and the other savings, we could still break even or net positive.
From these charts, I get the impression this country spends a lot of money from October 1st to December 31st. And should we be so smug as to think that spending is going to occur this year?
Once again, in April.
I mean, when you compare it to last year, because the football associated revenues, sales tax bars will probably be down. Christmas shopping will probably be down. And I have a feeling a lot of people who are buying stuff bought it when they had, if they were relying on stimulus money, they bought it. And they're out.
It's very difficult to get your head around it.
In April, none of the stimulus money was in anyone's pocket that I know of.
That's true.
The $1,200 and the $600 a month didn't come into effect till late in that cycle. Yet the numbers held.
I think the unemployment rate being at 6.6% helps us compared to the rest of the country. And I also believe the PPP money is gone, and the fact that we still see our unemployment rates at those lower levels, I would think might hold for the rest of the year because of that. One of my concerns that we haven't touched on is I could see some reduction in property taxes being paid, and not so much on, and I think I've said this before, not so much on residential properties, but I think some of our larger commercial properties, the mall plus maybe some hoteliers that are fairly substantial dollars because of the lack of people that are traveling. I could see those falling behind.
And that typically lags. That is not as immediate. The property taxes that are being paid today are.
Right, but I'm thinking December.
Right.
Those are
Well,
due December.
Or even into next year.
Yeah, and into next year, yeah.
2021, it might have.
So those are, at least the December ones, I could see the first half of 2020 taxes being a little shy of where we're used to seeing. Because if as a business owner, if I have to pay payroll, purchase inventory, or pay payroll taxes, real estate taxes, that comes in third because there's a 3-year lag before they'll foreclose on past due property taxes.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is Ms. Pack touched on the cost savings in commodities, contractual services, and capital outlay. And I liken it to going on a diet. The first few days you do great. As it drags on, it's hard to maintain that resolve. I think our department heads have done a terrific job. I don't know of anything in particular that is going to throw those numbers off. But to say that we have a specified dollar savings in June or July doesn't necessarily mean that we'll be able to sustain that level of savings by year end.
A question that was asked earlier by one of the citizens, and I believe you've answered that before, but they were talking about overtime. That's just a function of how our police and fire work. Is that correct?
A large majority of on the fire side is. The police, as you know, this year implemented a new schedule. So they're actually budgeting in 2021 a significantly less overtime number than we would have before. If a police officer's on a call and it's the end of his shift, he just can't leave it. I mean, there's always something that's going on. It's a lot easier for me as an administrative department head to manage that than it is for somebody on the street like that. Snowstorms.
But we're staffed better on the police department. We have been, which should reduce
The police department's been saying for a long
overtime.
time that staffing levels, and number one, staffing levels prevented them from going to 410s. And when they reached a sufficient staffing level, they were able to do that, which then kind of addressed the other issue that Ms. Pack mentioned. They can be scheduled for an 8-hour, they can build some time at the end of their schedule in to complete their reports rather than complete their shift and then be on overtime to complete the reports. They've done it long enough to realize, to see that they've got significant savings. We've already budgeted that. Fire department, it's everything from emergency transfers with the ambulance service to staffing levels as well. We have more vacancies in the fire department right now than we've had in a long, long time. We're in the process of hiring and interviewing, but that's a little bit of a function of the schedule, a little bit of function of the transfers that we're called to make that are not completely within our control, and then also staffing levels.
When and I maybe have asked this question before, when we have transfers that we have to make that put us on overtime hours, do we recoup that?
No, it's a fixed rate.
So it's a fixed rate, so we're not able to charge additional fees when we're using overtime employees.
A lot of those are Medicare, Medicaid, insurance provider fixed rates.
I think I asked that before, and that's the answer I got, and didn't like it then either. So
The study that was done not too long ago, the consultant's conclusion was that our collection rate was exceptional, but it's not 100%. So in addition to fixed rates, we don't collect on all accounts.
So we'll come back to this discussion, but I think it's important that you see kind of what's happening in some of the other funds, so that, because they do have some effect on the general fund. The Arts and Humanities Fund, we are still projecting that the $645,000 transfer will need to be done. Based on that information, it looks like we'll still be okay with that transfer. I'm not sure we'll be able to reduce it because there's some unknowns in the other income items and the expenditure items on that particular fund. Sales Tax Capital Fund, we're still projecting that that fund will come in to a net positive. Again, we're using the revenue projections for sales tax at the remainder of the year for the 2019 number, so that number could change. So this is one of the funds that's affected by that new projection criteria. The same with the Sales Tax Economic Development Fund.
And if I could, I need to touch on that one. As part of the Schwann's commitment, there's a $650,000 expenditure out of this fund, combined with just our ongoing commitments to SDI and Salina Community Economic Development Organization. We are basically at break even at this point. We've had conversations previously about the downtown facade program as well as childcare. This fund will not support all that. The commitment to that matching funds for the grant has drawn this balance down considerably.
That's correct. That's not reflected in this number. The next several pages are really they're pass-through funds, so we really don't need to spend a lot of time with those. For special parks, special alcohol, special gas tax, on slide 39. We are anticipating still that this fund will not collect as much as it's budgeted to spend. Now, whether they spend all that money with the reduced staffing, that's a different question, but it does have a significant fund balance that can be utilized if that becomes necessary. This is another one of the other taxes. The gas tax, so it's a really unknown number at this point whether that projection is going to come in as anticipated.
Yeah, it looked like on the sales tax stuff, the one industry that was hit fairly significantly was the lodging industries, and that was down quite significantly, and that I've got to think that's got to show in the gas tax eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The next two, neighborhood park and TPEC. TPEC, we did reduce our revenue projections and we reduced our budget, our expenditure projection based on the information that we were provided by TPEC. You will still see we do have the basketball floor still in here. We know that was kind of put on hold, so that number may not come as negative as we would anticipate it to come. However, it does have a little bit of a fund balance to cushion that. Sanitation, we really haven't changed much of the projections on those other than the salary savings. We did reduce a little bit of the revenues based on what we were seeing with the water customers, but don't anticipate that to have a significant effect on the fund. Solid waste fund. Again, the reductions in this are based on the information that we did earlier as far as the project reductions and the reductions of staff for the furlough and work share. Golf course, this projection does include the savings from work share and furlough. And it does include some reduction in revenues based on the fact that they were closed for however many days. This fund is one that we're going to have to really keep an eye on because it does not have a very significant fund balance. Just for clarification, if the fund performs in a negative position at the end of the year, does not require a fund transfer from the general fund as long as it has fund balance to sustain that loss. So this is one of those funds that has a pretty small fund balance, so any sway in that fund balance could require us we cannot leave a fund in a negative fund balance, so we'd have to transfer into those funds. Water and wastewater, the only projection change, we've made some changes to some of the projects on this fund, as well as the savings and the revenues based on the water and wastewater that we're seeing some significant, not significant, but higher than normal lag in collections. Workers' comp, we didn't really change anything in this other than, there's not much change in this fund balance. And then the health fund, we've looked at this one. We did not really do any changes to the projections as far as the revenues were concerned, well, I guess we did reduce those somewhat. Do you remember what that was based on?
It was mostly based on reductions that the other funds were experiencing, so I carried those through to this fund. I think our budget number was carried over from the prior year too, and we're seeing less this year.
Okay, so the reduction in the expenses and the revenues is about the same, so there's really not a net difference in what that projection is compared to what we were budgeting originally. I will say that we did do some analysis on claims throughout the year, or monthly claims for the past 4 or 5 years. There are some swings up and down. Typically, what I saw in those numbers were there was at least 1 month out of every year that was a peak, and we have not seen a peak in 2020. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on with there.
I would add my observations back to 2016 where we had spikes, 3 different spikes in the $200,000 to $400,000 range each.
Right.
So there's about $800,000 of fluctuation there. The other thing that I would add is the staff has sat down and tried to inventory what it would take to do a more detailed analysis, as well as take maybe a more systematic approach to monitoring this fund. We have a specialized consultant that we work with, and they'll be meeting with us later this month. So we'll be going over all of our questions and our outline with them, and then we might have more information following that to roll out a strategy of how we might approach this in 2021.
And in the central garage fund, there are some reductions that were brought forward for contractual services, and then there again, the savings that we're projecting for the work share plan through its entirety. But there again, that fund has a pretty, for it has a balance that's comfortable, but then again, we'll have to watch that one too. The bond and interest fund, we did reduce some of those, we reduced the revenues, and based on a transfer that we won't make, we had budgeted that we would transfer for the police training facility from sales tax, but we did not bond that, so that transfer will not have to be made. We did reduce the projections for some of the revenues based on the information that we had early on in COVID, so that number still leaves that fund in a positive income at the end of the year. This chart just kind of provides you, I provided you earlier in the general fund, what we anticipated the cost would be to bring staff back full-time. We know that that's not only in the general fund, but it also affects every fund, so I wanted to provide that information. And that's what I did in this table. So that is not included in any of the numbers that we saw previous on these slides either.
And if I could, I'd like to touch on 2 of those. Arts and Humanities recently has worked on securing a grant and has approached myself and Ms. Pack about demonstrating kind of a break even with those grant funds to bring staff back. So I recently authorized them proceeding with that in advance of kind of this whole conversation. But so you may see that Arts and Humanities staffing is picking back up, but that's as a direct result of grant funds secured. We've also had ongoing conversations with the golf course. They proposed an expanded schedule. By our rough math, the 27% of the rounds that are played are paid rounds compared to season membership holders. So when we tried to apply that math to the added tee times that the schedule would create, and an estimate of how many of those tee times would be utilized, it looks like it may generate about $1,000 more a week. So the margin of error is such that I'm not prepared to say it's really going to change the golf fund's balance, but I think I was comfortable enough that we could add those hours without running the risk of losing more money. So more in the interest of expanded hours, I approve that. I don't want to give you the impression that we're back to normal by any means. I think it added 40 or 50 tee times. But I wanted to make you aware of that as well.
So that gets us to a lot of discussion. There's a big question here. What comfort level, as Mike mentioned earlier, how comfortable are we with that cushion that we've kind of thrown out? We have some ranges, that $2 million cushion to still not a lot. And with that comfort level, how do we want to approach the remainder of the year? Three things in particular, longevity, do we want to continue to pay that? We haven't done anything formally not to pay it. That's about $150,000. Exec staff salary reductions is about a $40,000 cost. And then a staffing plan. What do we want to do? Do we want to wait? Do we want to continue to stay on the work share and see how it flows out? Wait a little bit more time, see what happens. These are all things that we really need some direction on.
And
Part of the reason we went to the work share and stuff was because of the increased unemployment that helped keep our employees whole, and obviously
Well, and what you have to remember is it did create for our employment and for most of our employees up through July 25th, kind of a bonus.
Right, well, yeah.
Our plan was that we would take that number and we would carry it out until most staff, either we reached 26 weeks or staff became level. I mean, they used their excess and they were basically whole. What I will say is that does not take into consideration, if we don't stay forward with that plan, what it doesn't take into consideration is all those employees that didn't take advantage of that and don't have that. So that's just something to consider. But yes, that's the plan we did proceed with, was here's your excess. It'll take you this long to eat through that excess based on not getting that. And then at what point that brings you back.
And that definitely is an equity issue. I'm not comfortable saying because of that principle, we need to prolong the discomfort and the scheduling challenges and the service level reductions. There's not a perfect solution here. We've been trying to pick our way through this for a long time. What I was going to say is I'll stick my neck out a little bit in terms of what we projected and the year-end projection of leading us to think that we could break even or come out ahead, combined with CARE funding, which we'll know more here pretty soon. But I think we have enough reason to believe that we've got some capacity there. I know your directive from the outset was you did not want to spend into reserves at all, and that kind of drove our fiscal conservatism in the approach that we took. But I think there's enough capacity in that projection and in the additional funding to absorb what shortfalls we might see for the remainder of 2019 in revenue, such that if you're so inclined, I don't think it would be imprudent if we said we want to bring staff back, come up with a staffing plan, and we want to proceed as Ms. Pax described on those other items. We certainly will have to continue to monitor it. If we get another wave, if we get some financial downturn, we're going to have to revisit all of this, but all indications at the moment look much more favorable than what we originally projected.
I'm just going to, how much water in the sponge is there still to be squeezed out if 2021 really starts off bad?
Well, we've said all along that we're going to have to monitor in anticipation of January 1 of 2021. If we have reason, if things fall off between now and year end, we're going to have to revisit the 2020 budget and the 2021 budget.
So we would be back to doing for 2021 what we had to do for this year.
Correct. Potentially.
And potentially without the manna from heaven that we received this year to help us out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I look at it from the standpoint of we set out with not wanting to dip into reserves very much, but we were starting at that point with something like $7 million. And we were hesitant because we didn't know where this was going. If this was going to be a 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, we didn't know about federal stimulus. We had all of these dire protections. And what we did worked clearly. We are now looking at a year in fund balance, if you take in some of the stuff that we're not certain about, of about $10 million, which is pretty good. And I think we have an obligation to try to return service levels to a more normal level given that result, and then we just have to monitor it, and if next March it's going south again, if we have another 30 or 60-day shutdown, hopefully not, we'll obviously have to revisit this, but we have, a couple of $1 million we did not have, and I know that sales tax is still tailing off a little bit, and that might continue for some time. But
it's not at such a number that it...
I think we're in a position to where if we continue to crunch down and not provide services, we're kind of like Scrooge, not to offend Mr. Dickens, but it's kind of like we're just keeping it because we can. I think we need to try to return to a more normal level of services and provide the things that we're supposed to provide. It drives me nuts driving around and seeing some of the untrimmed areas we have, and I really appreciate the volunteers stepping forward, particularly with Kenwood Cove this last week. I mean, it was, but there have been others.
If I could, I need to offer a clarification in that regard, because everything we're talking about, that 600,000 number that Ms. Pack reported, is bringing full-time staff back. And part of what we're so dependent on to mow and maintain is part-time staff.
I understand, but that decision is now next year. We're going to have to try to do what we can with the full-time staff we bring back.
I just want to set, I think we'll see an improvement, but we still won't be at full service.
And to be honest, if I had known then what I know now, I might have leaned a little differently on that full-time, part-time decision. I just...
I've quoted this statistic to a handful of people. The work share program impacted 50% of our employees across the organization as a whole. If you take public safety out, fire, police, and emergency services, and recognizing that there were some individual employees that were impacted in those functions as well, but we tried to preserve them. The remaining employees, 75% were affected in some way. Then you take out the part-time seasonal employees and you focus on mowing and maintenance, and they were staffed at 18%.
Yeah. I remember that discussion,
Well, and I think there's several things at play here. One is, obviously we see the unmowed areas, but I think there's also, from just the business I'm in and talking to individuals, the work being done, development services and some different things, we're falling behind. And there's some people getting frustrated out there because for some reason, even though we're in a pandemic, there's a lot of stuff going on. And we have some things that are falling behind that we need to get caught up on. And second of all, I worry about the mental status of those that are trying to work, because they're getting further behind, and that's not good for them either. So I think we need to address that also, because
there's a bunch of places we touch citizens, and I've heard complaints about difficulty getting water service turned on and off in a timely way because of the schedule. And that's an area that eventually touches, almost every month touches every citizen in Salina. So, people kind of take it for granted, but when it's not there, when you need it, it can affect a lot of people very quickly. And I would like to see us move towards normalcy, whatever that means anymore, as quickly as we can, and then just monitor this situation. And if, as we go into the new stimulus, if there is a new stimulus, or as we go into a period of time without it, just let's watch it and see, understanding we might be a couple of months behind, but I think we've got enough security at this point to be able to do that.
Is the work share program something you can go back into once you come out of it?
Yes,
I believe so.
there's a fixed amount of benefit per employee, although I'll have to double check on the 26-week time frame. I think you can start and stop that, but we'd have to verify that.
And does the work share go through the end of the year? Was that?
No.
The work share plan is a 52-week plan.
Okay.
However,
okay.
unemployment is a 26-week benefit. You can only get 26 payments. I don't know in what period of time. And Natalie's probably not here to answer this, but that's my understanding. My understanding was
I
that
think
you
it's 20
could
right.
step out of it, and if necessary,
You can
step back into
in.
it until April of next year, whenever we started,
Okay.
May of next year.
You got 12 months from when you
Yeah.
As
started.
I
long
think
as you
that's
didn't go
right.
over your 26 payments of
And then
unemployment.
if it's 26 continuous weeks based on when we started,
Right.
it would end yet this fall.
November 2nd is when we have it.
That's, okay, that's maybe what I was thinking. Okay.
So currently, we have about 20 employees that are scheduled to come back in August, about 20 to get scheduled to come back in September, a small chunk in mid-October, and then the rest of them November 2nd or thereafter, depending on when they started, so.
And for the most part, the sum total of all, I guess I'm getting 3 different checks? One from us, one from,
I think the
Two.
Two checks.
I think
Okay,
the
two,
Department of
all right.
Labor pays the unemployment and the federal pandemic unemployment
Okay,
compensation. Now, having said that, what little I've read about President Trump's declaration, some were speculating that because it's an executive order, is a standalone program independent of the Department of Labor, and so the process to stand that up and administer it may be as problematic or more problematic than it was rolling this federal pandemic unemployment compensation out. I say that because it may not be a seamless transition from the $600 a week to the $400 a week, which could impact us economically.
So I'm going to look at staff under 7.5. What direction do you need from us?
If you're comfortable with, kind of as we've described it, that we have been fiscally conservative, that we now have projections that look more favorable, and we have some stimulus proceeds with, we can bring back to you a resolution that kind of resets the work sharing and the staffing levels, and recognizing that we're going to have to continue to monitor, we'll have to be ready to adapt, and we may fall, if things get worse, we could fall short slightly by year end in terms of sales tax performance. But I think we've got enough capacity that we can try to get back to a sense of normalcy.
Commissioner Ryan, you have,
Read that resolution, and I think it gives you the authority to make changes to the work share, so as long as we may or may not have to come back with a resolution is the only point I wanted to make.
I think Commissioner Franz and the mayor summed up my feelings. I think we need to get back to normal, just at least at our service levels for the public as an organization as quick as we can. So, and, in whatever practical fashion. We predicted there would be waves of this COVID if it would happen to come back on us. I personally feel it'll be much less than it was the last time. So going forward, I'm optimistic. So I think we should, with the cushion that we have, we should get our service levels
so I guess with that, we'll ask staff to bring us back a recommendation.
Be happy to do so.
Okay,
has this USD 305 made any unofficial projections as to how many students could be, how many parents of students will be affected if kids have to be home half the time?
Not that I'm
We
aware
did
of.
a
Or if there's
demographic of
even
the
any
city of
other way,
Salina.
if there's any way to even guess what that might do to our workforce being able to go to work.
I don't know at a school district level, we don't have exact data. We kind of had to glean from some of the information we had, and I'm working from memory a little bit, but I think out of our roughly 490 employees, we thought we had 85 employees that had school-age children at the elementary school level. And we kind of tried to break it out, thinking that not sure what middle school and how much, how that'll impact parents for middle schoolers and high schoolers. If you then factor in middle school age, we estimated there were about 115 of our employees that were impacted. So we've had some conversations about how this is going to roll out, what that means for us as an employer and our employees. I don't have a solution for that just yet. We're still trying to get a sense of the school's plan, and and I'm really talking off the cuff now, but every function's a little bit different. If you're in an office function where we can be a little bit flexible, it may very well be that staff sitting down and saying, what 2 days a week did you get for your kids? Well, I got these 2 days, and trying to sort it out at that level. Other functions, 24/7 functions, shift work, things that don't have that level of flexibility, it's not that easy. So we're still trying to size up what that future might hold and plan accordingly. Now, the one thing I would tell you is, and I've heard it from a couple different sources, holding out hope that it'll be full school without any outbreaks and no impacts on employers or employees is probably pretty naive. We're going to have to be flexible and prepared to adapt in some fashion.
And this next question, it's a serious question, but it's going to sound funny. Are there any ways to calculate the economic benefit to our local economy from football? I mean, college, pro, I mean, just with the entertainment industry, basically.
Right. Well, certainly with not having a Division I college athletic program, I can't imagine what the financial impacts would be for Manhattan or Lawrence in particular. The best indicator I know of is kind of our past performance with restaurants and bars in the April, the March, I don't know how it matched up with March Madness, but the March and April timeframe. Admittedly, that may not be analogous to this
March
fall.
Madness would be a good example. I think it did curtail that.
That's a long way of saying speculation at best based on what we've observed, in March and April, but I haven't seen anything with any specificity, unfortunately.
Okay, well, with that, it looks like we need to move to 5.1A.
Yeah.
5.1A, first reading ordinance number 20-11035, adopting and appropriating the 2021 annual budget.
We've had the public hearing, and we bring it back before the commission.
I suppose maybe we're back to the staff report step.
Which
if that helps.
we've heard.
Which you've heard, and if you want to pick up that deliberation, I'm going to put Ms. Pack on the spot just a little bit between her and Tara and Jacob, but if it's helpful at all, I think it might be useful just to quantify the dollar value of the mill rate increase, so you have a sense of that, as well as a percentage of the general fund budget, what we're talking about. I have my math, but I don't know that I'm.
Calculated this somewhere, just have to find it. I believe the number was $443,000 to the general fund. Is the value of the mill levy increase.
So compared to a $44 million budget, so 1%.
That'd be about one. And I had this calculated one time. What is, I guess, for the general public, what does that calculate into per $1,000 or $10,000 of property value? Because
For a $100,000 home,
which you take, it's
take
only
the appraised value for a residential property, you multiply it by 11.5%.
11.5, okay.
Take that number divided by 1,000 and multiply it by the mill levy. So for a $100,000 home, that's $353 a year.
Additional.
No, total.
Total. Right, so what's...
Additional, it's $11 in some sense, I think.
One mill's $11 or thereabouts.
So I guess that is the number I was looking for.
For 100,000, yes.
When individuals are, come up and we talk about the property tax that we're collecting and what it does to their taxes. On a $100,000 house, the change we're making to the mill levy will be $11 a year to them.
roughly, a little bit over, yep.
So if you have a $200,000 house, it's $22,000 a year.
$22.
20, what'd I say?
22,000.
No wonder they're mad at us, right? Thank you, $22 a year,
Well, I think it's
okay.
important, too, for the public to know what they're paying for. The city of Salina provides certain services, the county provides services. The city provides police protection, fire protection, street work, parks. Those are all things that property tax, and of course, the development services and the support for that. But 48% of that is public safety. So that's police and fire, EMS. Is 48% of that, $353 a year. And I know we talked about before where that leaves the city as far as compared to other cities. I think the numbers we had before was that ranked us in, by the rate at about number 10. And so what I did also was
10 from the lowest, not the
10
highest.
from the lowest, yes, 10th
Okay.
lowest.
Out of a peer group of 31.
31,
Right,
yeah.
and this is populations over 12,000 people. This is some information that Commissioner Franz put together. Then I thought it was interesting that as a percentage of the total mill rate, our city mill rate is about 21%. Compared to that same group of cities, we rank 7th lowest as a percentage of the total mill rate. So I think that kind of shows that as far as our percentage of what the total mill rate is, it's pretty low compared to other cities.
Well, and if you look at the combination of the mill rate and the sales tax, and you look at those in combination, we're 5th from the bottom. We're actually better ranked there than we are with the property tax alone.
Right.
So it's not like our tax rate is, unreasonable compared to the peer cities.
Right.
And I guess that was, I didn't want to be too critical, but the Chamber's survey, there was a lot of information that was not given, and that would have been part of it. I think that would have been beneficial.
Now, I think too, for a business,
It's 25.
It's 25%. So that
Yes.
number's a little bit different. It's
Right.
not as low,
Right. But still, you still have the same mill, whether
Right.
you're, and that 25% is for the full state of Kansas. That's not
correct.
so, yeah.
Well, and the thing that I probably shouldn't say this, but, we hear a lot from people sometimes, why can't we be more like this city or that city? And the one that comes to mind is McPherson, but their mill levy rate is like 52 mills compared to our 29.
And their sales tax is 1/4% higher.
Yeah, so, I don't really want to be like McPherson when you look at it in that way, and I'm not being critical of McPherson, they have different circumstances than we do, obviously, but I think we need to be very cognizant of what the full story might be. I have, and I know it's when you look at it the way Mayor Hoppick did, $11.50 a year sounds pretty minor.
In particular, to protect services.
On a $100,000 house. But, I expressed my concern before. I am concerned that we can finance what we need to do by other means, and that is by shifting some of our health insurance overages back to the general fund. And I still stand on that, and I think the message we send by raising the mill rate at this point is not a message I want to send. I really think that we ought to step up to the plate, and we just got a financial report where we're going to end the year with $2.5 million more than we thought when we were in a normal projection.
Might.
I know that there's a lot.
Might, and plus, we're going to eat into some of that by
We
bringing back
will.
staff,
We will.
right?
There's no
Yeah.
doubt about
Yeah.
that. But it's still, I am uncomfortable with doing this.
And can we follow up on your health care? And I guess I'm going to look at staff. We had a target of, was it 1.5 or 2 million?
2 million.
And we're projecting that balance to be
2.9.
2.9.
You know,
Is-
and I get that there are uncertainties in that. That's why there's $2 million there. You know, I've read a variety of things since our last discussion, a lot of which comes from SHRM, which is the Society for Human Resource Management. And they're quoting some pretty big boys in the risk management industry, Willis and Gallagher. Willis owns the Willis Tower in Chicago, which used to be the Sears Tower. I mean, they're multinational billion-dollar companies in risk management. And some of the things that they're saying is, you know, Willis is saying, with a 1% infection rate, employer costs, they expect to decline between 1% and 4%. And that's because people are deferring what they call elective surgeries and so on, and that more than offsets the increased costs related to COVID-related costs. Furthermore, Gallagher says of those people who defer, only about half of them actually follow up and get the surgery done at a later date so that it doesn't all come back. They said at a 20% infection rate, costs may rise as much as 3%. Now, to me, you know, I look at this in relation to everything else, and I'm just thinking, you know, do we really need an extra $900,000 or an extra $1 million there based on, you know, a fear that there's going to be an increased risk? And I have trouble accepting that.
Well, if you don't get those sick people, you made out like a bandit. Because two things, you know, medical literature says we're heading for a big crisis in the next 2 years because of all this deferred maintenance. The cancer rate's going to go up, or advanced cancer is going to go up, the heart disease. So sooner or later, we're going to have to pay that bill.
These guys discussed that is one of the potential side effects of not getting elective care done.
Right. And again, we're on the hook for any expense up to, I think, what's it, $400,000 where our stopgap, start with 450, it's somewhere around there.
5? I was thinking 450, but I don't know for sure.
So, you know, 3 people sick in the ICU with this for a couple of months, and
we don't have
goodbye $1 million.
And we don't have a stopgap on prescription meds.
We do not?
No.
And they have been going up.
So I'm not going to disagree. You know, we've talked about the health fund balance. The difficulty is we've yet to be able to analyze it in any way to get a sense of how it functions and how to better manage it. And so I've committed to you before, and I remain committed to trying to take a more systematic approach. I'm reluctant to, you know, last year we tried to discontinue, pull back, and steer those savings to the general fund, and that worked for a couple of months, but not nearly as long as we thought that it would, and we had to kind of abandon that approach. But we've once again recovered. Now, there's always been some conversation about elective surgeries and things like that cycle. Once an employee gets through their deductible, then you kind of have a back end impact.
Which ours is in February, so we would see that increase in the latter part of the year
But in all honesty, I'm trying to get those numbers and truly analyze them to see if those anecdotes bear out.
So if we did not have the mill, I mean, obviously the health fund balance would cover the $443,000 if you dropped it down to $2.5 million. And you have the option of doing what we did earlier this year. Was it this year or last year? Where we suspended payment last year? Boy, time goes fast. And if you need to
But then by suspending it, what you have to look at is, do you suspend it just for the general fund? Do you suspend it for every fund? Do you suspend it for all those third-party people that are also paying into the fund? There's a lot of conversation, I think, to be had.
and
The
that's-
general fund is the backstop, though.
But you can't do a transfer directly from that to,
No, that's kind of the
That's-
problematic
yeah.
part of it, is rather than vacillate like that, my preference would be to try to come up with a plan to manage that fund balance more proactively. But we've yet to do that.
And
Well, in a city where we weekly have people coming to us asking us for more and more and more, this looks to me like barely a cost of living kind of an increase in our budget and our overall perspective. I'm completely comfortable with the way it's been proposed, and it is just a cap. We can
No, once we
revise
set it with
downward.
this budget, that's what it'll be levied at.
That's what it'll be.
Yeah. Because once we send it to the county, they will take the dollar amount that we're requesting and they'll apply it to the
but the mill could,
values.
well, because do we know?
It'll
the-
fluctuate a little
adjust
bit
it.
because the value may change a
The
little bit.
value, the value's been set, but that
Well,
could
the
be,
value
yeah.
has been estimated, but the final
Estimated.
values aren't determined
Right.
Till
until
October.
end of October or something like that, and so the
But
mill
it can't go
levy,
higher than this, it could go a
the
tiny
dollar
bit
amount of
lower.
taxes
down.
and levy will stay the same, but the
Right.
mill
The mill
levy
levy will
rate may
fluctuate.
actually be a little different than we think it will be at this
Right.
point, because the values will still
Only
fluctuate
lower,
a
not
little
higher,
bit.
correct?
No, it could
No,
go
it could
either
go
way.
higher depending on
Can't
if
go
those
higher? I
values
thought that
come
was at
down.
max.
Whatever it
Okay.
takes to accomplish the
The
stated
dollar
revenue
amount that we've-
generation that we've identified.
well, I just think that if you're going to increase service, which seems to be the popular request, I'd like to leave a little a little cushion. Now, and I say that as somebody who could afford an extra $33 a year on the, I mean, and,
The,
but,
I guess the,
increased services, I want to know what they are.
well, just getting us back up, well, not just full staff, but obviously somewhere along the line, I think we'll need to pull some part-time staff. I mean, I don't think our full-time staff's going to be able to do all the,
Right,
next
year,
it's
we're
budgeting to have
2021 at
them.
this point.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, it would get us back to full part-time staffing, and it would fund cost of living and a merit for employees.
and we have parks and recs. I mean, there's a lot of things that we'll need to bring back on board.
But when we bring our people back on board with the resolution next week, we're doing that this year. That doesn't have any effect at all on this budget, because it's set at a baseline. The budget for next year is not set at our reduced level. It was set at a normal 2019, 2020 level. So it really that doesn't come into play. Now, what might come into play is if there are future losses related to COVID, if that kind of eats away at us, but that's part of the reason we got that fund balance there. And it's part of the reason we can make, adjustments again if we have to.
Yeah, and you're correct. Fund balance allows us to absorb fluctuations. Part of it, and right or wrong, the way we've been budgeting for years is to identify operational expenses and year-to-year expenses, and then kind of back into whether we can afford cost of living and merit raises. And so we did that once again this year. That's not really my personal preference, but it's kind of how we ended up putting the budget together. So what we told you is if you want to fund COLAs and merits, that can't be supported at the current levels, and so this, in part, funds that.
yeah, as we move forward, I think a couple things. One, try to figure out a way to manage the health care, because it seems like we've had this discussion every year I've been on the commission. Two, I don't know how we do that, whether we look at right-sizing the organization. I think you and I have talked about that, Mike, and how we do that, I don't know. But the problem we have is if we're looking at giving raises to employees, is the increase in our sales tax right now doesn't support that. And so the only way we can do what we do now for employees is through the property tax, through the mill levy. And I don't know how else we,
I think long-term, you're exactly right. If we try to, the sales tax is only, about 40% of the general fund, something like that. And if we try to rely on the increase in sales tax to fund all of our normal increases of 100% of our budget, that doesn't work long-term. And we've struggled for years. We've moved all of our general fund capital into the sales tax now, which in my opinion is a mistake. You're absolutely right. Long-term, we have to accept increases in the property tax. That's just because of, inflationary increases in the sales tax just don't match our total expense, or there has to be some other adjustments.
Right. As the mayor mentioned, we didn't do strategic planning this year. As I looked into that, both in terms of facilitators and what the topics might be, I think that conversation about what is our financial performance, what if any growth do we see in our revenue, then also fits with right-sizing the organization, right-sizing our debt, right-sizing our fleet. We've had multiple conversations about not being able to keep up with fleet maintenance, and we're just kind of chasing our tail. But there's a balance to be struck there. It can't come with annual property tax increases ad nauseum.
I guess my feeling is that's a bigger question than we're dealing with here. This year, we can fund the employee increases without a property tax increase by simply utilizing the excess money in the health insurance allocation. And we can still meet the financial goals of that fund by ending up with a $2 million balance, and apparently our general fund, at least at this point, looks like it's doing okay. So, I don't know. Like I said before, I think I'm arguing by myself down here.
I just get very conservative with other people's money. In my own, I'd spend a little more widely, but or we can take a week to think about it.
if we were to take Commissioner Franz's suggestion, how would we handle that with the health insurance again?
Well, and it could be more broad than that. I mean, if you said you want to fund COLA and merits, you don't want to do a property tax increase, then my takeaway, that could be a number of things. That could be spending down the general fund reserve. It could be the health fund. It could be, other budget adjustments. We could.
Again, I know we have that buffer in the general fund, and it looks really good, but not knowing what 2021 brings, I really get nervous about not having some cushion there, and I hope I'm wrong, and maybe next, maybe at next year when we're having this discussion, we say, okay, our fund balance is considerably more than we had anticipated. We've done everything we wanted. We have a good idea of what COVID-19 has done to us, and I'd feel a little better. The one thing we wanted to do is protect that general fund balance, and we've done that, and I understand we're a little bit better off than we thought, but not knowing what 2021 could bring, would we have some flexibility not reducing staff again and continue to give services to the community by doing this? I don't have a crystal ball that tells me for sure.
Yeah, I don't either,
I guess there's no public here to tell me, so I guess
I just don't think we're done with the coronavirus yet.
Yeah, I guess I would take a motion from a commissioner and see where we land.
Mayor, I move we pass on first reading. Ordinance number 211035. The ordinance will be considered for final passage at the regular commission meeting on August 17th, along with other legislative actions related to the budget option.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass on first reading ordinance number 20-11035. Ordinance will be considered for final passage at a regular commission meeting on August 17th. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That passes 3-1, so. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a good discussion, and it's not an easy one to have, but I appreciate everyone's input on that, so. Okay, we have no development business. Is there any other business come before the commission?
Just as a matter of fact, we have not taken affirmative action on the recommendations in the...
They're going to bring that back to us
That's
next.
coming back.
Direction to bring back a plan, a
Yes,
staffing plan.
Bring back
That'll
a
be
staffing
Brett.
plan and a revised budget. I guess I did have one thing. With your permission, we will bring back the resolution of advisability next week and strike Project Rise and insert Schwann's, just to ratify.
Now that we know who we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, with regard to that project, I think the only thing that Mayor Hoppe forgot was the level of investment in the project. And, you know, $600 million takes a while for me to get my head around. You know, that is...
I assumed that everyone was waiting for the CEO to have the privilege of saying that number out loud, so I said, okay.
You know, that is, you know, we thought the downtown project was big with all the public and private investment there, and that was just a little over 100 million, as I recall. This is 6 times that size.
Which ones?
Just to clarify, I mean, we talked about this last Thursday, I guess it was, but the newspaper article didn't go into that much detail. But to say that we're issuing $600 million worth of debt, that's not city debt that counts towards our debt limit. It's not a bond payment that we're making. We are selling that debt to the company, and that they are making a payment back to themselves, essentially, all for the purpose of the economic benefits of the industrial revenue bonds.
It's not city debt in a traditional sense, and we won't pay it back, and the company will, I'm sure. But
yeah, just so the public knows that.
Yeah,
it is a different concept.
There is a lot of confusion out there about that.
Yeah. So. Okay, with that, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
Move second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? See everyone
Thursday.
I shouldn't groan on it.